reasonable doubt is proof that leaves you firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt. A reasonable doubt is a fair or honest doubt, growing out of the evidence or lack of evidence. It is not merely an imaginary or a possible doubt, but a doubt based on reason and common sense. A reasonable doubt is just that, a doubt that is reasonable after careful and considered examination of the facts and circumstances of the case. A trial follows this procedure. First, the prosecutor will make his opening statement, where he gives his theories about the case. The defendant's lawyers do not have to make an opening statement, but he may make an opening statement after the prosecutor makes his, or wait until later. These statements are not evidence. They are only meant to help you understand how each side views the case. Next, the prosecutor presents his evidence. The prosecutor may call witnesses to testify and may show you exhibits like documents or objects. The defendant's lawyer has the right to cross-examine the prosecutor's witnesses. After the prosecutor has presented all of his evidence, the defendant's lawyers may also offer evidence but do not have to. By law, the defendant does not have to prove his innocence or produce any evidence. If the defense does call any witnesses, the prosecutor has the right to cross-examine them. The prosecutor may also call witnesses to contradict the testimony of the defense witnesses. After all the evidence has been presented, the prosecutor and the defendant's lawyer will make their closing arguments. Like opening statements, these are not evidence. They are only meant to help you understand the evidence in the way each side sees the case. You must base your verdict only on the evidence. My responsibilities as the judge in this trial are to make sure the trial is run fairly and efficiently, to make decisions about evidence, and to instruct you about the law that applies to this case. You must take the law as I give it to you. Nothing I say is meant to reflect my own opinions about the facts of this case. As jurors, you are the ones who will decide this case. Your responsibility as jurors is to decide what the facts are, and this is your job and no one else's. You must think about all of the evidence and all of the testimony, and then decide what each piece of evidence means and how important that you think that it is. This includes how much you believe what each of the witnesses said. What you decide about any fact in this case is final. Part of your job in deciding the facts of this case are to decide which witnesses you believe and how important you think their testimony is. You do not have to accept or reject everything a witness says. You are free to believe all, none, or part of any person's testimony. In deciding which testimony you believe, you should rely on your own common sense and everyday experience. However, in deciding whether you believe a person's testimony, you must set aside any bias you may have or prejudice you may have based on the witness's disability, race, national origin, ethnicity, gender identity, or sexual orientation, or religion, age, or socioeconomic status. There is no fixed set of rules for judging whether you believe a witness, but it may help you to think about these questions. Was the witness able to see or hear clearly? Was the witness watching or listening? Was anything else going on that might have distracted the witness? Does the witness seem to have a good memory? How does the witness look and act while testifying? Does the witness seem to be making an honest effort to tell the truth, or does the witness seem to evade the question or argue with the lawyers? Does the witness's age or maturity affect how you judge his or her testimony? Does the witness have any bias or prejudice or any personal interest in how this case is decided? Have there been any promises, threats, suggestions, or other influence that affect how the witness testifies? In general, does the witness have any special reason to tell the truth or any special reason to lie? All in all, how reasonable does the witness's testimony seem when you think about all of the other evidence in the case? When it is time for you to decide the case, you are only allowed to consider the evidence that was admitted in the case. Evidence includes only the sworn testimony of the witnesses, the exhibits admitted into evidence, and anything else I tell you to consider as evidence. The questions the lawyers ask the witnesses are not evidence. Only the answers are evidence. You should not think that something is true just because one of the lawyers asks questions that assume or suggest that it is. I may ask some questions of the witnesses myself. These questions are not meant to reflect my own opinions about the evidence. If I ask any questions, my only reason would be to ask about things that may not have been fully explored. If you cannot hear something that is said or presented, or if you cannot see a witness or evidence, please raise your hand right away so that we can have it repeated right away. During the trial, the lawyers may object to certain questions or statements made by the other lawyers or witnesses. I will rule on these objections according to the law. My rulings for or against one side or the other are not meant to reflect my own opinions about the facts of this case. Sometimes the lawyers and I will have discussions out of your hearing. Also, while you are in the jury room, I may have to take care of other matters that have nothing to do with this case. Pay no attention to these interruptions. You must not discuss the case with anyone, including your family or friends. You must not even discuss it with the other jurors until the time comes for you to decide the case. When it is time for you to decide the case, I will send you to the jury room for that purpose. Then you should discuss the case among yourselves, but only in the jury room and only when all of the jurors are present. You must not talk to the defendant, the lawyers, the witnesses, or anyone else who may be connected to this case. This means that you may not speak to these individuals, even if it has nothing to do with the case. And you should be very cautious about speaking to people because you may inadvertently speak to someone who is connected to this case. This restriction is necessary to avoid even the appearance of any improper conduct on any person's part. If anyone tries to discuss the case with you or in your presence, tell them to stop. Explain that you are a juror and you are not allowed to discuss the case. If they continue to leave, report the incident to my court officer right away. When the trial is over, these restrictions no longer apply, and when the trial is over, you may discuss the case with anyone you wish. During the trial, do not read, listen to, or watch any news reports about this case. Under the law, the evidence you consider to decide the case must meet certain standards. For example, the witnesses must swear to tell the truth, and the lawyers must be able to cross-examine them. Because news reports do not have to meet these standards, they could give you incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor one side or the other. So to be fair to both sides, you must follow this instruction. The restrictions I'm about to describe are meant to ensure that parties get a fair trial. In our judicial system, it is crucial that jurors are not influenced by anything or anyone outside of the courtroom. Under the law, the evidence you consider must meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth, and the lawyers must be able to cross-examine them. Because information obtained outside of the courtroom does not have these safeguards, it could give you incorrect or misleading information that might unfairly favor one side. These restrictions start now and continue until, well, they started back when I told you yesterday, and they continue until you're done with jury service. It is your duty as a juror to decide this case based solely on the evidence you see and hear in this courtroom. You must not consider any information that comes from anywhere else. This means that until you deliver your verdict, you must not read, watch, or listen to or receive any information, including opinions or commentary about the case, whether in newspapers, television, radio, internet, or social media platforms. You also must not research any aspect of this case during the trial. This means research using a cell phone, computer, or other electronic device to search the internet, as well as research with traditional sources like dictionaries, reference manuals, newspapers, and magazines. You must not investigate the case on your own or conduct any experiments concerning the case, including investigations or experiments using the internet, cell phones, computers, or other electronic devices. You must not visit the scene of any event at issue in this trial. If it is necessary for you to view the scene, we will all go together. You must not share any information about this case by any means, including cell phones or social media. This means that even if you are not discussing the case with someone else, you may not post any information about this case on social media, websites, or in any other manner. If you discover that a juror has violated my instructions, report it to the court staff. You may take notes during the trial if you wish, but you do not have to. If you do take notes, please make sure it does not distract you from paying attention to all of the evidence. When you go to the jury room to decide your verdict, you may use your notes to help you remember what happened in the courtroom. If you do take notes, don't let anyone except the other jurors see them during deliberations. At the end of each day, you leave them in the jury room, and then they will not be examined by anyone, and after your jury service concludes, we will shred them too. You can see we've chosen a jury of 14. After you've heard all the evidence and my final instructions, we will draw lots to decide which two of you will be dismissed to form a jury of 12. Possible penalties should not influence your decision. It is the duty of the judge to fix the penalty within the limits provided by the law. I may give you more instructions during the trial, and at the closing, again, I will give you my final set of instructions. That is the law you are to follow in this case. You should consider all of my instructions as a connected series and taken together. They are the law you must follow. After my final instructions, you will go to the jury room to decide on your verdict. A verdict must be unanimous. That means every juror must agree on it, and it must reflect the individual decision of each juror. It is important for you to keep an open mind and not make any decision about anything in the case until you go to the jury room to decide the case. You must not let bias, prejudice, or public opinion influence your decision. Each of us may have biases or perceptions about other people based on stereotypes. We may be aware of some of our biases, though we do not express them. We may not be fully aware of some of our biases. Take the time you need to test what might be automatic or instinctive judgments and to reflect carefully about the evidence. I caution you again to avoid reaching conclusions that may have been unintentionally influenced by stereotypes. You must reach your own conclusions about this case individually, but you should do so only after listening to and considering the opinions of the other jurors, who may have different backgrounds and perspective from yours. With that, I think we're ready to go into opening statements, and Mr. Newman can begin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, members of the jury. On the morning of Monday, September 30th, 2024, two young men's lives were cut short. By the time the sun rose over Warren that morning, Cedric Hayden Jr. was dead. His friend DeJuan Pettis, who was riding in a vehicle with him, was also dead from catastrophic injuries. Their families would receive the phone call every parent, every sibling, every loved one fears. This case is about how that happened. The defendant in this case, as you've heard, James Burke, is charged with 4 counts. Count 1, manslaughter, which pertains to Cedric Hayden Jr. Count 2, manslaughter, which pertains to DeJuan Pettis. Moving violation causing serious injury, which applies to the defendant, Officer Burke's partner, Officer Rodolfo. And count 4, public officer, willful neglect of duty. The evidence will show that just before 5 o'clock in the morning, a police dispatcher broadcast information out over the dispatch system through the officer's vehicle about a stolen vehicle that had been detected by what's known as a flock camera system. And through this trial, you will learn all about that system and how it works. This particular vehicle that came up as reported stolen was not known to be involved in any particular violent crime at that point, you will hear. There was no report of gunfire, there was no report of a kidnapping, there was no report of anyone's life being in immediate danger at the time that this case occurred. Evidence will show that the defendant, James Burke, a Warren police officer, sworn to protect the public, was behind the wheel of a fully marked police SUV with his partner, Officer Rodolfo, seated beside him as they were patrolling that morning in Warren. They were on duty patrolling their area of the city of Warren. You will hear what happened next only took a matter of minutes. But those minutes changed lives forever. In this case, you will see video evidence. You will hear dispatch recordings. You will hear testimony from police officers who responded to the scene. You will hear testimony from experts with the Macomb County Sheriff's Office who came and investigated the crash and did what's known as an accident reconstruction. And together, they will paint a picture that is both clear and tragic. Evidence will show that the defendant, upon receiving these flak hits reporting a stolen vehicle in the area, accelerated down the city streets at speeds exceeding over 100 miles per hour. You will hear testimony that the speed limit on Shaner Road, where this crash occurred, was only 40 miles per hour. You will hear testimony that the defendant's patrol vehicle reached speeds as high as 114 miles per hour just seconds before impact. And you will hear evidence that throughout the defendant, Officer Burke's frantic search for this stolen vehicle, the defendant never activated his emergency lights. He never activated his siren. No flashing lights. No warning siren. Nothing to alert people sharing that roadway that morning to the danger that was approaching. The evidence will show that Cedric Hayden Jr. was driving northbound on Shaner Road with his friend DeJuan Pettis in the passenger seat. They had no reason to expect that a marked police SUV was racing towards them at greater than highway speeds through the city of Warren down Shaner Road. The evidence will show that as Cedric attempted to make a left turn onto Prospect Street, the defendant's patrol vehicle slammed into the passenger side of the Durango. And you will hear about that turn and the defendant's driving through the accident reconstruction experts in this case. You will hear, ladies and gentlemen, that that impact occurred at approximately 93 miles per hour. The defendant, at the last second, hit the brakes and was able to get his vehicle down to 93 miles per hour. You will hear and see for yourself the force was so violent that the Durango was launched into the air. It rolled multiple times before crashing to the ground on its side. Ladies and gentlemen, you will hear from first responders who arrived and found the devastation at the scene. You will hear how officers pulled the occupants of the Durango, Cedric and DeJuan, from the wreckage through the moonroof of the vehicle. The vehicle was on its driver's side at the time. You will hear about their efforts to try and save lives. CPR was performed on DeJuan and Cedric by the side of the road there. But ultimately, there were 2 deaths. You will hear evidence from the medical examiners who conducted autopsies on the 2 individuals, Cedric and DeJuan. The medical examiner will explain that both Cedric Hayden Jr. and DeJuan Pettis died from devastating blunt force injuries caused by the crash. It will tell you that the severity of those injuries was directly related to the speed in this collision. The tragedy did not stop there. The defendant's own partner, Officer Rodolfo, suffered devastating injuries as well. You will hear that he sustained a broken femur, a broken ankle, fractures to his femoral neck, 10 broken ribs, a broken arm, and was concussed and unconscious for a period of time. 3 lives shattered in an instant, 2 men dead, 1 officer permanently changed. Evidence will show all of it occurring in the darkness of the early morning while the defendant was driving way over double, nearly triple the speed limit, with 0 warning to oncoming drivers. You will see video from the defendant's vehicle, from the in-car camera of that vehicle, and you will see what the defendant was seeing, what he was looking at as he sped down Shaner Road. The evidence will show that Michigan law, and you will hear about the law, and the judge will instruct you on the law, but that the Michigan law places responsibilities on police officers who operate emergency vehicles. You will hear about those laws. You will hear about what those rules required and what the defendant chose to do instead. This case is not about holding police officers to a higher standard than everyone else. It's about holding them to the standard under the law. The judge has given you some of that law. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, a badge does not authorize gross negligence and recklessness. A badge does not excuse conduct that places innocent lives at extreme risk. And a badge does not place anyone above the law. At the conclusion of this trial, after you have seen the videos, heard the testimony, and examined the evidence, the people will ask you to find the defendant's conduct was criminal. And the evidence proves each of the 4 charges beyond a reasonable doubt. We will ask you to find and return verdicts of guilty on all 4 counts. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Appreciate your attention. This is a tragic story. It is. 2 people died. And we can't take that back. The question before you today is who's responsible for that? Who's responsible for those deaths and for the injuries that occurred? This is a case about a police officer, an officer who was sworn to go out and protect the citizens of this community, specifically the citizens of Warren. An officer with 8 years experience, a Macomb County Sheriff's deputy, then a Warren officer. An officer who's been trained, been through the police academy, taught how to drive, instructed on how to drive a vehicle, an emergency police vehicle. This isn't the regular Explorer. This isn't a regular car that you would buy off the car lot. You will hear evidence that this is a car that is designed to be able to handle at speeds. You will hear that Officer Burke was trained in how to handle that vehicle. My anticipation will hear that the best driver on his shift was Officer Burke. You will hear that Officer Rodolfo chose and was Officer Burke's partner for 2 years because he knew that Officer Burke was the best driver and wanted to be in the car with the best driver on his shift. That day, on September 29th, Officer Burke reported to duty at 7:30 p.m. Briefing was at 8. Puts on his uniform, puts on his badge, puts on everything he does on a daily basis when he goes out to serve and protect the public. To do his job, to do what we ask him to do, what we hire him to do, to stop the bad people while we sleep, to make sure that we are safe in our homes. Officer Burke goes to a briefing, and you will hear testimony from officers that at that briefing they were informed that there has been, and there was ongoing, breaking and enterings where ATM thefts were being taken, where it was happening in a specific area, which happened to be Officer Burke, Officer Rodolfo's, and the rest of his shift's patrol area. That was happening between the hours of 3 and 5 a.m. Early morning hours. Not many people out, not many people driving around, and most people sleeping. These officers are on the night shift. They know that area. There are districts assigned to them. They understand it's like you being at home. Last night, if you had to get up in the middle of the night, you knew where your bed was. You knew where your hamper was. You knew how to get to the bathroom without having to think about it. That's how well these officers know their jurisdiction. They know which stores are open. They know which stores are closed. They know where the traffic's coming from. They know what traffic's heavy, when it's not heavy, when it's clear. They have that experience. At the briefing also, they learn that the Durango that was involved in these other ones was found wrecked in Detroit. They then learned that this crew that is operating commonly uses stolen vehicles. Chrysler products, Jeeps, Durangos. Specifically, they learned that they believe that these vehicles might be used, and these are happening. They're also told that these individuals are armed, that they should use extreme caution. So as an officer, and officers, what do they find? That these people are dangerous, and they are in the community, committing these breaking and enterings. They do their regular shift. They're driving, taking their calls, doing everything that they normally do. And at 4:56, there's a flock hit. A flock hit is a license plate reader. It reads every license plate that goes by it. It notifies them that there is a stolen Jeep, one that has been stolen out of Sterling Heights, that is known to have weapons in it at the time it was stolen, and that it is in their area, their district, the exact area that they have been briefed on that these B&Es are happening, the exact time frame that they're told that these individuals are operating during, between 3 and 5 a.m. This is at 4:56. You will hear that it's not just dispatch that puts out this information. Also, they have an in-car computer that they use. And on that computer, it pops up. No matter what's on their screen that they're looking at, the flock hit will pop up. It shows a picture of the license plate, and it shows a picture of the rear taillights of the vehicle. It shows the back. So now they confirm that this is that vehicle. It is the stolen black Jeep Cherokee, and the information also tells them that it is one that was stolen out of Sterling Heights and that it was to have weapons inside of it. Everything is starting to match up. So what do? They start heading in that area. Officer Rodolfo is working the computer. You will hear him tell you the reason he works the computer and doesn't drive is because he's really good at the computer. He's a whiz with it. And Officer Burke is the better driver. So they're putting their skills to use. As they're driving there, you'll see from the cameras, from the dash cams, is that they start to head in the direction of the flock hit. They even know the direction that it's going, and they start speeding up. They're in an area where, as the direction of the driver or this vehicle is going, they could very quickly be into Detroit. As many of us know from the area, 8 Mile is the border for Warren and Detroit. So they need to try to get there to stop this vehicle before it gets into Detroit. When they're responding, they go. You will hear from officers that they are trained. They are taught in their FTO status. When you're trying to pull someone over or respond to a serious crime, do not activate your lights. Do not activate your siren. Why? Common sense. If you activate your lights and your sirens, you're letting everybody in the area know that you're here, this is who I am. What's a criminal or a suspect going to do at that point? If you're a mile back from them, they're going to drive off, they're going to take off, you're not going to be able to apprehend that suspect. You will hear officers tell you that that's what they're trained to do. Common sense again. Officers, traffic stops, get behind a car. activate their lights. They don't, whenever they're going someplace or trying to catch up with somebody, don't activate their lights. The time of day is important to consider also. It's 4:56 in the morning. There's light traffic. They're mostly 4-lane roads. Officer Burke is well aware of what's going on, well aware of his community, well aware of the traffic, knows where every stoplight and every stop sign is in that town, in that area, in his district. As they're proceeding to the intersection, trying to catch up to the flock hit, they get another flock hit that demonstrates that the vehicle is still moving, it's still going in the direction they think it's going in, and they get to the intersection and they stop and they slow down and they look to see if they can see the vehicle. You will hear them testify, or you hear testimony, that these officers, because they routinely work night shift and mostly only work night shift, that in their experience they're able to identify vehicles based on taillights. Most vehicles have different types of taillights that you can look at and say, I know that that's a Jeep, I know that that's a Dodge, I know that that's a 300, I know what vehicle that is from looking at it. Experience matters here. They have that experience. They don't see the vehicle, they turn around, they try to head north back towards where they think the flock hit was. They're talking. Rodolfo and Officer Burke are talking, as partners should, communicating. They turn around and start looking for, and turn around, and then they both spot the vehicle. They see the vehicle down the road, they recognize the taillights of the vehicle that was in the flock hit. Let's back up for a second. The big issue here is speed. That's what the prosecutor is going to have you focus on, is the speed. That the speed was unreasonable, that it was out of hand, that it was way too fast given what was happening. This is where I ask you to look at the totality of the circumstances. The time of day, the weather, the road conditions, the amount of traffic on the road, the totality of what Officer Burke knew at the time that this was happening. I ask that you watch the video of Officer Burke's dash cam. See how light the traffic was. Even count the cars that he passes. Watch his driving as far as how he acts. He is not acting in a reckless, dangerous, grossly negligent manner, flying around without paying attention to what's happening. He slows down and stops and clears red lights. He speeds up when he knows that there's light traffic and it's a clear road. You will see him move over when he sees oncoming traffic coming. Everything he's doing is demonstrating that he is operating his vehicle in a safe manner, that he understands that the urgency of the matter, understands the urgency to find this vehicle, but also isn't going to put unnecessary risk to himself or to the public at that point in time. And no, he still has not activated his emergency lights because he still hasn't caught up to the suspect. You'll also hear testimony, I anticipate, from the other officers that were on shift, that when that flock hit came out, they all started to converge on it because they all understood the importance of this Jeep being in that area at this time. This isn't just Officer Burke and Officer Rodolfo deciding that they're going to go and try to be the badass cops and take this person down on their own. The entire shift, even the sergeant that was in the department comes out to come out and help catch this vehicle. That's the importance that they put on it, the importance that they put on protecting this community, to stopping these individuals. As they make the turn, you will see that they start heading down Shaner. Shaner's a 4-lane road, wide open. They spot the vehicle. Now what's their policy? What's their procedure? What do they need to do? We need to catch up to that vehicle. We need to make sure everybody else is getting into position before, and the term we use that's used in law enforcement is before we light it up. Because if I'm a half a mile away from a vehicle and I turn on the lights and I have partners converging, now we don't have them in the units in position and we're not converged. Officer Burke sees the vehicle, speeds up, starts speeding up, knows the area, knows that there is no stoplights, no stop signs, 4-lane road, going up to catch up to this vehicle. He accelerates. There is no question that he accelerates. There is no question that he is driving at the speeds the prosecutor says. We're not refuting that. We're not refuting that an accident happened. The question is why did it happen? As Officer Burke is driving, there's no vehicles between him and where this collision happens. This vehicle that he sees is coming. You'll see it on the video. You can see the headlights. This vehicle is coming towards him. There is no indication that this vehicle is going to do anything but travel straight past him. On the video, Officer Burke actually moves over to the middle of the roadway as he's trained, as he does, that in case there's an issue, he can try to make a maneuver, exercising care and caution, not grossly negligent. As he's approaching, all of a sudden, unexpectedly, without warning, a Dodge Durango with no turn signal, with a driver who is suspended, with a driver who is a .198 blood alcohol level, abruptly and unexpectedly turns in front of the cruiser. Officer Burke applies the brakes as hard as he can, tries to avoid the collision, but unfortunately, he cannot. And both vehicles collide. Unfortunately, Mr. Hayden and Mr. Pettis passed away from the collision. The turn that was made by Mr. Hayden was an illegal turn. He attempted to cut and beat the car that he perceived coming and cut into this intersection to the point that he even would, if there would have been a car on Prospect Avenue coming out onto Shaner, he would have hit that car head on. That's how severe he's cutting this line. You will hear from the prosecutor's own expert that this was an illegal turn, that it was illegal. The turn was illegal. You will hear from a toxicologist expert who will tell you that an individual at a .198 blood alcohol level does not have the same audio receptors, visual ability, the same ability as a sober person driving a vehicle to comprehend a vehicle coming towards him, as a sober person would be able to judge a speed of a vehicle. Cedric Hayden was operating his vehicle in a grossly negligent manner. He's a .198 blood alcohol level, suspended driver's license, out on the road, disobeying the law. He caused this accident. He is responsible for the injuries to Officer Rodolfo and the death of Mr. Pettis. Officer Burke himself was injured in the accident. I anticipate that you're going to see body cam video of the scene after it takes place. I ask again that you pay attention. Officer Burke injured himself, gets out of his vehicle, checks on his partner, then gets out of his vehicle and goes and attempts to render aid to the two individuals in the Dodge Durango. While he's suffering a concussion, lacerations, soft tissue damage, he himself is injured. We anticipate that you'll even hear from the officers on the scene who have known Officer Burke for years saying, it wasn't Jim, they call him Jimmy, it wasn't James that we were talking to at that time. He was concussed. He has no memory of the accident past when the accident happens. The prosecutor wants to argue to you that just because of his speed that he was grossly negligent. If you find that Mr. Hayden was grossly negligent or believe that he helped or he was a contributor to this accident, then Officer Burke is not guilty. The prosecutor stood up here before you and said during voir dire that drunk driving, being intoxicated on the road, is not a crime.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I still object.
Okay, please rephrase that.
It's not an argument.
Drunk driving is a crime. Drunk driving and putting other people on the road in danger is being grossly negligent. An officer who is operating his vehicle the way he was trained, the way that he was taught, that every other officer would tell you is the same way that they would have operated their vehicle, is not grossly negligent. If you don't believe that Officer Burke was grossly negligent, then you have to find him not guilty on the 2 counts of gross negligence and of the count in regards to Officer Rodolfo, and not guilty on willful neglect of duty. Officer Burke was doing what we ask him to do. He's doing what every one of us wants him to do, what we ourselves don't want to do. And now, this prosecutor's sitting here with hindsight saying what he did was wrong. Not even acknowledging that the victim in this case who was operating that vehicle was a .198. As we talked about in voir dire, as I talk about through this trial, I ask you to pay attention to the totality of the circumstances. The totality of them. Not just 4 seconds before an accident, but everything that occurred before then. And I believe that when you do, you will find Officer Burke not guilty of all charges. Thank you.
Thank you. First witness available?
Can we just approach for a moment?
Yes.
Two
Hold on.
things. One, after Corey gets done with his direct, I need to switch over to mine
Okay.
for cross.
Yes.
The other thing is I talked to Mr. Newman. I think we're going to ask the court if you could, not saying that they would, but if you would order any of the news media or anyone that's in the courtroom, our laptops are going to be open. And anybody who's looking forward can see them,
Okay.
that they ask that they don't zoom in on them or take pictures of our notes or anything of that nature.
I got a thumbs up, I have 2 thumbs up, and those are the only cameras I see. Oh, 3, okay, yeah, that's right, you had a camera you have to lift up. Yes. Media, no pictures of their kind of computers, thank you.
Thank you. Your Honor.
Okay, and I should be able to switch over pretty easily up here for you. All right, bring the jury back in. We are back on the record, just, we're on 25-2242 FH.
All rise for the jury.
Thank you, you may be seated. Okay, your first witness, Mr. Newman.
Thank you, Your Honor. The people are calling Rami Anise. Rami Anise.
Before you sit down, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Have a seat. You're under oath. Please state and spell your name for me after you sit down.
My first name Rami, R-A-M-I. Last name Anise, A-N-E-E-S.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Newman.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Your name is Rami Anise, correct?
Correct.
All right. And what is your occupation, sir?
Police officer at the City of Warren.
All right. And how long have you been a police officer with the City of Warren?
For almost 2 years now.
2 years now, okay. I want to take you, well, let me ask you this. Prior to being a police officer with the City of Warren, were you a police officer anywhere else prior to that?
I was.
Okay, and where was that?
Hamtramck.
All right. How long were you a police officer with the City of Hamtramck?
But 2 years and 2 months.
All right, okay. Very good. Officer Anise, I want to take you back to around the date of September 29th, September 30th, 2024. Do you recall an incident that occurred involving one of your colleagues, Officer James Burke, that brings you here to court today?
I do.
Okay. And you have testified previously at district court regarding this matter as well, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Officer Anise, back on that particular date, what was your particular job duties with the City of Warren Police Department?
Prior to the incident?
Correct.
Like-
That day, what was your
Okay.
general job responsibilities?
I was on a call, and then I was just finishing up with a call when I received a dispatch calling out a flock hit. And
All right. Let me stop you right there for just a second, and we'll get back to that. At that time, what shift were you working?
Midnight,
Midnights. Okay. And so, what hours is that midnight shift?
8 p.m. to 8 a.m.
Okay. And that particular shift, were you working as a patrol officer on that particular date?
Yes, sir.
All right. On that particular date, were you working with a partner, another officer?
I was.
Okay. And who was that?
Officer Burrell.
Burrell. Okay. How long had you been partners with Officer Burrell at that time?
I would say for about maybe a month or less.
A month or less. All right. When you work with a partner, was it two of you in the patrol car together, out on patrol in the City of Warren?
Yes.
All right. And when you're on patrol, As part of your duties, are you in uniform just as you are here today?
Yes, sir.
All right. And are you operating a like a fully marked police vehicle?
Yes, I was.
Okay. So it has markings on the sides that indicate police. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it's got overhead lights on the vehicle. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. And there's other emergency lights around the sides and front and back of the vehicle as well. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. On that particular date, when you began your shift, well, typically when you begin your shift, before you go out on to the street on patrol, what do you do at the beginning of your shift?
We inspect our vehicles.
Okay. All right. Even prior to inspecting your vehicle, what do you do usually?
We usually go to our roll call room.
Okay. And what is that?
All officers sits down. We have a conversation about today, and they assign you to a area to work at or patrol at.
Okay. All right. And do you recall, did you have roll call on that particular date?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall who conducted that roll call on that particular date?
I don't recall it specifically, but we usually have supervisors and lieutenant on.
Okay. And there's various supervisors or lieutenants, depending on their schedule, who will be there and kind of run the roll call?
Correct.
Okay. And what is the purpose of roll call?
Discussing new things that happens, things that we're looking for, things happened prior in the day, or that more information to look for regarding incidents in the city.
Okay. All right. So it's kind of like a briefing on what's going on in the city in terms of what crimes are being committed, maybe other situations, people who may need assistance for being out of town or businesses to watch over, things like that.
Correct.
Okay. Do you recall on that particular date all of the items that were briefed to you by whoever that supervisor was?
Some of the items, yes.
Some of the items, okay. All right. And was one of those items about several ATM thefts that had occurred in the city of Warren fairly recently?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall during that briefing who briefed you specifically with regards to that particular matter?
No.
No. Okay. All right. And obviously this was back September 29th of 2024. It was quite a while ago, correct?
Correct.
Almost, not quite 2 years, correct?
Correct.
Right. Okay. All right. So on that date, do you remember what dates were given in terms of when those ATM thefts had occurred?
I don't recall specifically, no.
Okay. Do you recall whether the date of any of those ATM thefts was that day?
I don't recall.
Okay. All right. And do you recall whether there were named suspects already involved with that investigation? Do you recall about that briefing?
We're checking for ATMs to make sure that it's attached to businesses and looking around for an ATM theft crew that might be looking to steal ATMs.
Okay. All right. And was there specific information about vehicles or types of vehicles they would use to commit these ATM thefts?
Possibly Durangos and Jeep.
Okay. Durangos and Jeep vehicles?
Correct.
Okay. All right. And so that's just information for you when you go out on patrol to kind of keep in your mind when you're out on patrol, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so you can keep an eye on businesses, and if you see suspicious activity, you can investigate. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. And on this particular date, after receiving your briefing, well, let me ask you this specifically. do you recall with certainty that that particular item, the ATM thefts, was briefed on that day and not some other day or in some other way?
It was briefed on in the roll call room.
In the roll call room. Okay. All right. But the question is, are you certain that it was that day that it was briefed?
I'm not sure what do you mean by that day. It was
Like that at that briefing on September 29th, 2024, are you certain that it was briefed on that day?
It was briefed on that day, yes.
Okay. All right. And so after briefing then, what did you do?
Check the cars, inspect it
Okay. So why do you do that?
to make sure our equipment functioning properly.
Okay. Do you test to make sure your lights and sirens and things of that nature are working properly?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And you do that there at the station before you go out on patrol?
Correct.
When you do that, what type of vehicle were you in on that particular?
Ford SUV.
A Ford SUV?
Correct.
Okay. Is that a Ford Expedition?
I believe it's an Explorer.
Or Explorer, I'm sorry. I misspoke. Explorer? Okay. All right. And you were familiar with that vehicle, obviously, from being on patrol prior to that day, correct?
Correct.
Okay. When you test that particular vehicle, I want to ask you, in testing the lights and sirens and things of that nature, where in the vehicle are the light and siren, the emergency lights and siren controls in the vehicle?
In the center console,
Okay.
by my right leg, basically.
Okay. And so were you the driver of your patrol vehicle on that particular date?
I was the driver.
All right. And so that control panel that you can access the lights and siren you indicated is center console right next to your right leg?
Correct.
Okay. All right. So would you be able to just basically take your right hand, put it beside your leg, and control the lights and sirens?
Yes.
All right. One second, Your Honor. Now, do you always use the same patrol vehicle on every shift?
No.
No. Okay. So have you operated several of the other Ford Explorer police vehicles in your pool of vehicles as well?
Yes.
Okay. And are they all set up the same in terms of how the lights and sirens are operated?
I don't recall specifically.
Okay. The ones that you have operated, though, are they all on the panel that's right beside your leg?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm going to show you. I'm going to have marked. Just a second. Just to make sure. I'm going to have marked as people's proposed exhibit number 9. May I approach on?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's being marked as people's proposed exhibit number 9. Okay. Can you tell me what that is that I'm showing to you?
I say steering wheel, right hand.
Okay.
A little bit louder.
Steering wheel.
Thank you.
And then a hand.
Okay. Let me start with this. Is this a photograph from the a body worn camera video? Can you tell?
From the pic.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And this particular still photo, that is not you necessarily in that photo, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But does this photo, can you tell us what is that still photo from the body worn cam showing in that photo?
Showing the vehicle.
Okay. The inside of the vehicle from what perspective?
I believe an officer's perspective.
Okay. And can you see the steering wheel of the vehicle right in front of that officer?
I can.
Okay. And in this video, can you see to the right a hand in that photograph?
Yes, I can.
Okay. And just for purposes of explaining kind of where this control panel is that hand right where that control panel is located?
Appears to be near the panel.
Okay, right near the panel?
Correct.
Okay, all right. And when, so when you test the lights and sirens before your shift, before going out on patrol, do you and your partner do that together to make sure that they're working properly?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay, all right. When, after you've completed, testing and checking out your vehicle, what did you do?
Go out on the road.
You go out on the road, okay. And you indicated, your testimony was that you were the driver of the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And Officer Burrell was seated where in the vehicle?
Front passenger seat.
Okay. And in those particular vehicles, is there some sort of computer system, almost like a laptop that is available for the officers to use?
Yes.
Okay. That laptop or computer generally, where is that located?
Between me and the other officer.
Okay. Is that like kind of mounted in the center dash area of the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And that particular computer that you have access to, are you able to like swivel it or move it from either the driver's side of the vehicle or the passenger side of the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. When you go out on patrol then and you are driving, as you are operating the vehicle, are you on the computer while you're operating when you have a partner?
Yes, sometimes. I was on training, so yes, I was operating the computer.
Okay. While you were actually driving and operating the vehicle?
Sometimes, yes.
Sometimes, okay. And on this particular date, September 29th, you indicated you did go out on patrol. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. After at some point, while you are on patrol, are you involved in various, dispatches to different areas, things of that nature?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall just a period of time, was there a call prior to this incident that you were on at some point?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall where that was?
In the area near Topher and Shaner.
Okay, so in the general area of Topher and Shaner?
Correct.
Okay, you don't remember the exact area?
No.
Okay. Do you remember the nature of that particular call?
I believe it was a mental health call.
A mental health call?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay. So was that at a home?
At a home, yeah.
All right. And you had been dispatched to that particular home for that purpose?
Yes.
Okay. When you're at that particular call, had you cleared that call when this incident, I guess, first came to your attention?
I was clearing, and yes, I was clearing that call.
Okay. And when you say you were clearing that call, can you describe for the jury what were you doing?
So I was finishing up with the call after finishing talking with the person that we're there to talk to, and walking out back to my patrol vehicle.
All right. And when you go back to your patrol vehicle then, Did you remain there at the scene for a period of time in your vehicle?
No,
No. Okay. And why not?
because I received a bolo from dispatch.
Okay. Let me stop you right there. You said a bolo, is it?
Yes, be on the lookout.
Be on the lookout. All right. And when you receive information from dispatch, how do you receive that?
So at the time I heard it over the radio.
Okay. Now let me ask: do you have? I see you have like a radio on your shoulder here. Did you have that on your shoulder at the time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And does dispatch get communicated to you through that radio that's on your shoulder?
Yes.
Okay. Is the dispatch is also communicated to you somehow through the vehicle itself?
We have a radio in the vehicle as well.
A radio in the vehicle as well. Okay. So if a bolo is put out and you're sitting in your vehicle, you would hear it both on your shoulder and in the car?
Correct.
Okay. And do you recall what was the do you recall what the dispatch was for? The bolo.
Yes, of a stolen Jeep.
Okay. All right. So it was a report of a stolen Jeep.
Correct.
Do you remember specifically what kind of Jeep?
It was a black Jeep that was stolen from Sterling Heights, I believe.
Okay.
That
All right.
was
And okay, so you said a black Jeep. Do you recall what kind of Jeep?
not sure exactly.
Not sure. Okay. All right. One second here. Hold on 1 second. I'm just thinking through this real quick, Your Honor. All right. So when you received the bolo for the stolen black Jeep vehicle, at some point you also learned it was stolen out of Sterling Heights.
Correct.
Okay. All right. And do you recall exactly where you were when you received that bolo?
In the area of near the area of Topher and Shaner.
Okay. So were you in your vehicle at that time?
Walking towards my vehicle.
You were walking towards your vehicle when you got the bolo?
Yes.
Okay. When you got the bolo, did you run to your vehicle at that point?
I would say speed walk.
Okay. All right. You weren't just nonchalantly walking, but you didn't full on sprint to your vehicle, though.
Correct.
Okay. And when you got to the vehicle and got in your vehicle, where was your partner, Officer Burrell, at that point?
Next to me.
Okay. All right. And did he sprint to the vehicle as well?
We were both kind of speed walking.
Okay. All right. And when you got to your vehicle, what did you do?
Headed towards the area of Shaner and Topher.
Shaner and Topher. Okay. And why did you head to the area of Shaner and Topher at that point?
Because of the flock hit that we received.
All right. When you received the flock hit, do you recall exactly? Let me ask you this. Was there more than one flock hit?
I don't recall.
Okay. All right. You recall an initial flock hit at least, though, correct?
Correct.
All right. I'm going to show you what's being marked as People's Exhibit 4, which I believe by stipulation we are admitting.
Can I just see it for a second?
Yep. All right. I'm going to show you
So you admitted-
People's 4, correct.
It's admitted.
Thank you.
And was 9 admitted at this time?
Not yet here. People's Exhibit 4, okay. Does that look familiar to you, or are you familiar with this?
Not really.
Okay, all right. So can you tell me what that is, though?
It appears to be
Is that
a
a-
vehicle
Okay, is that a photograph?
of a picture on flock. Yes.
Okay, a photograph from Flock. Is that the Flock system? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This particular photograph in People's Exhibit number 4, is there a date and timestamp on that photograph?
Yes.
Okay, and what is that?
September 30th, 2024.
At what time?
04:56 minutes.
Okay, so that would be 4:56 a.m.
Correct.
Okay, all right. And to your knowledge, is this the Flock hit? Was that the time that you received that initial, or around the time that you received that initial bolo?
I didn't pay attention to the time
Okay,
when
all
I
right.
looked at it.
Okay, but based on this incident, would that be around the time that this whole incident occurred?
About that, yes.
Okay, all right. Let me ask you, do you recall the exact time that you received the bolo in relationship to when this actual Flock hit photograph occurred?
The exact time, I don't
Correct.
recall.
Okay, all right. If you heard the Flock hit, would that help to refresh your memory?
If I would, I'm sorry.
If you were able to hear the actual bolo dispatch, would that help to refresh your memory?
Yes.
All right, Your Honor, this is for the record. I'm going to mark all of the dispatch recordings as Exhibit A, and then I'll have each one labeled as 1A, 1B, 1C.
That's fine, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. So I'm going to play for you, and these. We've stipulated to admission of the dispatch videos, I believe, correct? So I would move for admission at this time.
A1 through,
It's 1A through 1K. It's just
oh, okay.
all the series of dispatches at that time.
Exhibit 1, A through K.
Correct.
Got it, sorry. I had that backwards.
We did stipulate to the admission of these, Your Honor. The only thing I'd ask is that as they're being played, that he identify which one we're at.
Absolutely.
I'm sure the dispatch from history will have the time and date on it also.
Okay, you're admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, so I am going to play People's Exhibit 1A.
Here, 10 mile, up here,
Oops,
10
start it
mile.
over, just sorry, the volume was down.
September 30, 2024, 4:56:37 a.m.
Okay. And what time was that?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that one more
Sure.
time?
Yep.
September 30, 2024, 4:56:37 a.m.
Okay. That helped does that help to refresh your memory as to when you received the bolo?
Correct, yes.
Okay. All right. And so that occurred at 4:56:37. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And I want to again show you People's Exhibit number 4. What time was that photographed?
4:56 a.m.
Okay. All right. So the bolo occurred approximately 37 seconds or so after
Yes.
the actual Flock photograph, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, when you received that initial bolo, you said you indicated that you drove and you were driving still at that point?
Yes.
Okay, you drove towards Topher and Shaner, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know why you went why did you go in that direction specifically?
Because possibly the vehicle was heading towards my way.
Okay. All right. And I'm going to play the remaining portion of the original bolo. Again, this is 1A.
September 30, 2024, 4:56:37 a.m. You offer a block hit for a stolen vehicle, the Black Jeep Grand Cherokee, Shaner and 10 Mile. Southbound Shaner from 10 Mile, license plate is 2 Paul Robert Nora 96. Again, on the Black Jeep Cherokee, end of you all.
Okay. All right. And so, based on that dispatch, what did you know about where this vehicle was located at least at the time that this dispatch is being given out, and when the flock hit actually occurred?
North of where I was.
North of where you were. Okay. About how far from where you are is that area at 10 Mile and 10 Mile and Shaner?
I want to say about about a mile or a little bit more.
Okay. Okay, maybe a little more than a mile?
Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
Obviously, from where you're at, was the home that you were at on Topher?
Just a little bit south, a couple houses down south of Topher.
On what street? Do you recall?
I don't recall.
Okay. Was it a neighborhood street?
Yes.
Okay. And so, from where you were, obviously you could not see this particular vehicle, correct?
Correct.
From where you were leaving that initial call.
Correct.
Okay. As you drive to Shaner and Topher, how fast did you drive?
I don't recall, but I was already in the area by then, so
Okay. All right. Do you recall whether you exceeded the speed limit to get to that area of Topher and Shaner?
I don't recall.
Okay. When you went to that particular area, did you activate your lights and sirens at all?
No.
Okay. All right. At that point, you didn't see a vehicle, correct?
Correct.
All right. And so what was the purpose for just going to that area?
Patrolling the area.
Okay. Were you looking for the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. When you got to Topher and Shaner, did you get to Topher and Shaner?
Yes, I was already there.
Okay. After the scene, you got there?
Yes.
Where did you go from there?
I went southbound Shaner towards basically 8 Mile.
All right. And why did you go southbound on Shaner?
Just looking around for that vehicle.
Okay. All right. And as you are looking around for that vehicle, tell us, if you can describe for the jury, the manner in which you drove when you were looking for that vehicle.
As of like what happened, what I seen.
Correct. How were you driving in terms of speed?
Speed wise, I wasn't sure, but I was already in the area, so I didn't need the speed, or I was just driving casually and looking around to see possibly I can locate that vehicle that we were looking for.
Okay. And how long do you think it took for you to get from your original call to Topher and Shaner?
Not maybe less than a minute.
Okay. All right. And back on that date when you are responding to this particular bolo for this flock hit, were you familiar or were you aware of any policies of the Warren Police Department involving flock hits, particularly?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell us what was your understanding of the policy in terms of how you are allowed to respond to a flock hit?
Just respond to it with a moderate speed.
With moderate speed? Okay. And when you responded to this flock hit, then, is that what you did?
Yes.
Okay. When get to, well, can you describe for us, at Topher and Shaner, do you recall what businesses are there at that intersection? Do you recall, is there a Marathon gas station at that corner?
I don't recall.
You don't recall? Okay. If you saw a video, would that help to refresh your memory?
Maybe.
This is being admitted as Exhibit 2 for the record, pursuant to stipulation. Objection.
It's admitted.
Thank you. Okay, I just want to. Okay, do you see? Are you able to see the video? I've paused it. That's on the screen, officer.
Yes, I can.
All right. And I just want to ask you to kind of point out a couple of things, all right? This particular video, and may I ask the witness to approach the screen,
Yes.
Your Honor, just to point out a couple of things? Thank you. All right. So are you familiar with this particular area because you patrol that area?
Yes.
Okay. And on this particular date, in this video, can you point to where Shaner Road is?
That's Shaner right here.
Okay. So going left to right on the photograph, just beyond the Marathon gas station, is that Shaner Road?
Left to right, yes.
Left to right, correct. Okay, all right. And do you see what is this item here up at the top right of the photograph?
That's the one over here?
Correct.
That's right.
Sorry, can you see?
That's what? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, what is it?
That's right.
Okay, that's a traffic light, red, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and is that an intersection there at that location where that red light is?
That is an intersection, yes.
All right, and can you tell me what road is that that intersects there with Shaner?
I can't see a sign, but I believe it'd be Shaner.
No, what road intersects with Shaner?
Right here?
Yes,
I believe it's Stoker.
that's Topher. Okay. All right. So, all right. Thank you. You can have a seat. Well, let me ask you. When you come down, you said you came down Topher. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Which direction were you traveling when you came down Topher?
Westbound.
Westbound. All right. And so westbound, would that be from the far area coming down towards Shaner?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. I'm going to continue with the video, Your Honor. I'll pause it right there. So do you see in the video there are some headlights coming down? Would that be Topher?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that vehicle is traveling westbound on Topher towards Shaner, is it?
Appears, yes.
Okay. Do you see a second set of headlights now coming down Topher as well?
Yes.
All right. I'll ask you to kind of keep your attention on that. vehicle. Okay. Do you recognize that, sir?
Go back a little bit.
Yep. Oh, sorry. Far enough. Sorry, I didn't. Okay. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes,
Okay. Was that your vehicle?
I believe so.
Okay. You did you arrive at the crash scene a very short period of time after it occurred?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And so that video shows you responding, or let me ask you that. Let me ask you this. At that point in this video, when you see your vehicle coming down Topher, making the turn, at that point, were you aware that there had been a crash at that point?
No.
So what were you doing at that point?
Still looking for the vehicle.
Just looking for the vehicle. Okay. When you made that turn onto Shaner, how long before you realized that something had happened up ahead of you?
I would say I'm not sure what's the distance there, but I was driving for a little bit and then finally figured out that there has been a crash.
Okay. All right. And so as you proceed, what direction were you going down Shaner then at that point?
Southbound.
Southbound. So as you proceeded southbound down Shaner, what did you come upon?
I observed it appeared to be a crash at the time.
Okay. And what did you notice first?
Once I got in closer, I saw one patrol vehicle and one white Durango.
Okay. All right. Do you recall what you noticed first, though?
The patrol vehicle.
Okay. And what did you notice about the patrol vehicle?
It had been in a crash accident.
All right. And what did you notice about the Durango?
Flipped on its side.
All right. Do you recall what side was it flipped onto?
Driver's side.
The driver's side. So was it the driver's side was on the ground?
Yes.
Okay. All right. When you come upon the crash and you see the two vehicles, what did you do?
Officer Burrell called it out and I exited my vehicle at the time.
Okay. When you say you called it out, what do you mean by that?
Over the radio.
Over the
To
radio?
inform other officers in dispatch.
Okay, all right. And was that the initial call about the crash at that point?
I did hear something over the radio about a crash as I got there, and then I immediately exit my patrol vehicle.
Okay. Do you know who that was that you heard over the radio about the crash?
At the time, I wasn't sure, but I just believed to be one of the officers that was involved.
Involved, okay. All right. And so when you, after Burrell calls it out, you exited from your vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and where did you go initially when you got out of your vehicle?
Towards Officer Burke.
Okay. Where was he at when you first initially got out of your vehicle?
By the white Durango.
Okay. Did you go to the patrol vehicle first or the Durango first?
The Durango.
Okay. And when you got over to the Durango, can you describe for me what you saw happening at that point?
I saw Officer Burke, and as I was approaching him, he was telling me to go check on Officer Rodolfo that was in the patrol vehicle.
All right. And did you know at the time Officer Rodolfo to be Officer Burke's partner?
Yes.
Okay. And So when Officer Burke told you to go check on Rodolfo, what did you do?
I went and checked on Rodolfo.
Okay. And where was Officer Rodolfo when you went to check on him?
In the front passenger seat.
All right. And can you describe what it looked like at that point?
Heavy end damage of their patrol vehicle.
I'm sorry.
Front end damage.
Front end damage. Okay. All right. And were you able to see Officer Rodolfo when you first walked up to the vehicle?
No, I had to open the door.
Okay. And did you?
Yes.
And what happened after you opened the door?
I made sure that Officer Rodolfo was still breathing, which he was.
And was he?
Yes.
Okay. Was Officer Rodolfo conscious at that point when you first got to the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And what did you hear as you opened the door?
Just Officer Rodolfo's voice.
Okay. And what was he doing?
I would assume breathing heavily.
I'm sorry.
Breathing.
Okay. All right. And what happened after that?
I went back to Officer Burke. To
Okay.
assist Officer Burke.
All right. Can you describe for us, before going back over to where Officer Burke was, can you describe what was Officer Rodolfo's condition at that point?
I wasn't sure because Officer Burrell took over, so I couldn't really
Okay.
have a good look.
All right.
Exactly.
I gotcha. Okay. And so then you said you went over to where Officer Burke was again,
Yes.
and that was by the Durango?
Yes.
What side of the Durango was Officer Burke on at that point?
Since it was flipped on the driver's side, he would be near the sunroom.
Okay.
That
Like
makes
the
sense.
sunroof?
Sunroof, yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yep. Okay. And what was Officer Burke doing at that point?
Assisting to get one of the occupants out of the vehicle.
All right. One of the occupants of the Durango?
Correct.
Okay. And can you describe for the jury what exactly was he doing at that point?
At the time, with Officer Burke, what I observed that he was trying to get one of the occupants of that vehicle, one of the occupants out of the vehicle by pulling him from the sunroom, because that was the best way to get them out of there, and to render aids to them if it was needed.
Okay. All right. And when you approached did you approach Officer Burke then at that point?
I did,
Okay. And why did you go to where Officer Burke was?
because I knew Officer Burrell was by Rodolfo, so I went to assist Officer Burke.
Okay. And what did you do to assist?
I attempted to help him by getting one of the occupants out of the vehicle.
All right. When you attempted to help Officer Burke, what did he do?
At the time, he was in de-stress at the time, so he needed a minute to breathe and all that stuff while trying to get the person out of the vehicle. And since he was in de-stress, he pushed me.
He pushed you?
Yes.
Okay. How so?
Like he needed some space to clear out the path, I believe.
Okay. And so he pushed you out of the way of where he was trying to get the individual out of the vehicle?
Correct.
Okay. And after he pushed you, what happened?
I gave him a minute for him to breathe and then clear the area. I believe that what he was doing, and once he got a good hold of the occupants, as he was getting him out of the car, I basically assisted him by holding the occupant's leg and helped him place him on the ground.
Okay. And that particular person that Officer Burke was pulling out, Officer Burke was initially pulling out of the sunroof of the vehicle, you hadn't had any familiarity with that person prior to this case, correct?
No.
Okay. Do you recall, can you describe the person that he pulled out first?
Black male, long dreads.
Okay.
And I don't recall the clothing.
Okay. All right. Was Officer Burke able to eventually pull him out of that vehicle?
Yes,
Okay. And were you there when he did that?
I was.
Okay. What happened after he pulled that individual out of the vehicle?
He checked if the occupant was still breathing, which appeared to be he was. I then went back to the car, to the Durango, and checked if there's any more, which I did see another occupant.
Okay, all right. And that occupant, that second occupant of the Durango, where was that person located within the vehicle?
Front passenger.
Okay, all right. When you got to that individual, when you started, what did you do?
I tried to get him out of the car as well,
Okay.
which I had to cut the seatbelt, then got him out of the car.
All right. So you did cut the seatbelt before being able to start pulling that person out of the car?
Yes.
Okay. And after cutting the seatbelt, what did you do?
I checked render aids, basically.
Okay. Were you able to get that individual out of the vehicle?
Yes.
All right. And can you describe that individual, please?
Black male, bald head. I don't recall clothing.
Okay. All right. Once you got that individual out of the vehicle, what did you do?
Render aids.
Okay. When you say render aid, what do you can you describe exactly what you
I
did?
checked for pulse and didn't feel any pulse, so I started CPR.
All right. And so after you began CPR, tell us what happened. What did you do?
Continue doing CPR until one of the fire department, I'm not sure whether it was Detroit or our fire department, arrived on scene and took over.
Okay. All right. When fire department personnel came and took over, did you remain there at that location?
Yes.
By where they were? Did they begin CPR as well?
Yes, I stood by.
All right. And at any point in time during CPR, as you stood by, do you recall whether that individual, and that was the second individual, the bald-headed individual, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Was there any indication that that person had any signs of life?
His pulse was, I wouldn't say he didn't have pulse at the time. There's
Okay.
another officer that checked for pulse, and he had like pulse, but not like,
Like
a
a
deep pulse.
like a faint pulse?
Faint pulse.
Okay.
And so we continued doing CPR.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Eventually, though, was that person transported to the hospital?
The person I was
Correct. The bald-headed individual.
No.
No. Why not?
Unfortunately, they announced him deceased at the time.
Okay. He was determined to be deceased at the scene?
Yes.
Okay. That was determined by the fire department personnel in consultation with a doctor?
Correct.
Okay. And were you present when that occurred?
Yes.
All right. Okay. As you are throughout this whole process that you've just told us about, on your uniform, are you equipped with a body-worn camera system?
Yes.
Okay, and you were on that particular date?
Yes.
All right. Can you explain for us this body-worn cam? Do you have one on you today?
Not today.
Okay. All right. Can you tell us where does that body-worn camera usually, does it attach to your uniform somehow?
Yes.
Okay. Can you show the jury where that usually would attach to?
It's basically attached right here in the center of my body.
Okay. That like plate there, is that
Yes,
usually what it
the
attaches
center
to?
of the vest, yes.
Center of the vest. Okay. All right. And how?
Or is the center of the chest area?
Center of the chest area.
Thank you. That particular body-worn camera system, can you tell us generally how does it operate? How does it work?
It operates when you turn on your lights, the emergency lights in the vehicle, or you can tap it twice and then that operates.
Okay. All right. And are there other situations like administration can go back in and look at it and things like that as well.
I believe so, yes.
All right. Okay. When this incident occurred, you indicated you had a body-worn camera. Was it operating at that time?
Yes.
All right. Okay. I want to show you just a portion at this point of your body-worn camera. I'm sorry. Let me see. So I am going to have this, admitted as People's Exhibit 10, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
And well, let me ask you first. You see the video that I've placed up on the screen as People's Exhibit number 10?
Yes,
Okay. And do you recognize this, sir?
I do.
Okay. And you've had an opportunity to review this, correct?
Correct.
All right. Is that the video from your body-worn camera on the morning of September 30th, 2024?
Yes.
It's obviously paused, correct, at this point?
Correct.
All right. That appears to be your body-worn camera?
Yes.
All right. And can you indicate for us what time it is when your body-worn camera begins, according to the timestamp
According to
on
the screen,
video? Correct.
4:59 and 16 seconds.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And you were driving at this point, it appears, correct?
Correct.
All right. I'm going to show you just a quick snippet of this particular video. Okay, I just showed you that video. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and can you tell me who is the individual with the hat in the video in the middle of the screen?
Another officer from Warren Police.
Do you know who?
Officer Hopkins.
Hopkins? Okay, all right. And for the record, the individual, is he performing CPR on at that point?
Yes.
All right, and who is, that was which individual? The guy with the dreads or the guy with the bald head?
The bald head.
All right. And off in the distance, you have the individual with the dreadlocks being tended to over here in the up towards the middle of the picture.
The driver, yes.
Okay. All right. I want to bring your attention again, and I'm going to play it again. I'm going to direct your attention to the vehicle itself. Now, you can see, I want to ask you, off to the left of the photograph, can you tell me what this is?
The white, appears to be a white Durango.
The white Durango? Okay. And that's the vehicle that the two individuals were pulled out of the sunroof from?
Yes.
All right. And that vehicle is the one that's on its driver's side, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and I want to direct your attention to the front of the vehicle, the headlight area. Okay. Okay. Were you able to see that, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell me, was there a yellow blinking light on the headlight?
It was.
Okay. All right. And that would be the blinker for the left side of the vehicle, if someone were to turn left. Is that correct?
Possibly.
Okay. All right. Now, after the individual, the second individual that had been pulled out was declared deceased, what did you do after that?
I went back to my patrol vehicle and just hold perimeter.
I'm sorry, you what?
Hold perimeter.
Okay, held
Sorry.
perimeter?
Yes.
Okay, what does that mean?
Just stand by until further notice.
Okay, preserve the scene and stuff, make
Secure
sure
the
there
scene.
aren't vehicles coming into the scene, things of that nature?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you. I don't have anything further at the time here. Give me 1 second to clear out.
Yeah, okay. Morning, officer.
Good morning, sir.
I want to back up a little bit before we get into the meat and potatoes of it. You were an officer in Hamtramck for how long?
2 years and 2 months.
Okay. And when did you attend the police academy?
Back in 22.
Okay. And did part of that training involve operations of emergency vehicles?
Yes.
And is it the vehicle you drive? Is it a normal Ford Explorer that you would be able to buy off the lot?
Without the attachment, yes.
Okay. Does it have any special suspension, engine, anything of that nature?
Not that I know of.
Okay. That you're aware of?
No.
Okay. It's equipped with emergency lights, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Fully marked exterior?
Yes, sir.
All right. When you were a police officer in Hamtramck, how often did you work the night shift?
For almost 2 years.
Okay. And did you become were you assigned a certain district in Hamtramck, or were you just to patrol the entire city?
It was 2 square miles, so we just patrolled the whole city.
Okay. And was that your beat generally?
Yes.
And did you become very familiar with that 2 mile square area?
Yes, sir.
You knew which roads were where?
Yes, sir.
You wouldn't have to look on a map to tell where you were supposed to be going?
No, sir.
And it almost became second nature, as if there was a dispatch call that you knew where to go and how to get there.
Yes, sir.
And did you drive your beat during the daytime?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and by beat I mean district and Hamtramck.
Correct, yes.
And did you find that the traffic was much different during the day than it would be at night?
Yes, sir.
And you were dispatched to emergency calls or to scenes in Hamtramck, correct?
Yes, sir.
Based on the circumstances that you were being dispatched to, would you always activate your emergency lights?
No.
Are there situations where you would not have activated your emergency lights?
Yes, sir.
Would an example of those be as if you were responding to a burglary in progress?
Correct.
And you wouldn't want to alert the people that were committing that burglary of your potential arrival or presence, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, in your time as a law enforcement officer, you've done multiple traffic stops.
Yes, sir.
When you see somebody for speeding or drunk driving or some type of moving violation,
Yes, sir.
when you see that violation occur, do you immediately turn on your emergency lights?
No.
Why not?
I usually run the plate, observe the vehicle, and look it up on my computer. Then I turn on my emergency lights.
Is the reason that you do that is for officer safety?
Officer safety and learn more about the vehicle.
Okay. Why would you want to learn more about the vehicle?
To check for registration, the registered owner, any other warrants, or if there's any, if the registered owner possibly in danger to other officers.
Okay. Were you taught that in the academy?
Yes.
Okay. They taught you that before you pull over a vehicle to run the plate, get behind it, and not turn on your emergency lights.
Yes.
So then there's a difference between a emergency call, correct?
Correct.
Let's say it is it's a traffic accident with injuries that comes across the radio. Correct.
Yes.
You're dispatched to.
Yes.
Would you make the decision whether or not to turn on your lights and sirens and respond to that, or would that be something dispatch would tell you to do?
No, that would be me.
And you would make that decision as to the time to turn them on.
Yes, sir.
Now, did you work with a partner in Hamtramck?
Sometimes.
A two-person car?
It's sometimes however they assigned you.
Now, when this incident happened back on September 30th of 24, you had testified at the preliminary examination, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And we talked about how long you'd actually been at the Warren Police Department at that time?
Correct.
Okay. And you had only been there for 3 months.
Correct.
You were still in field, we say FTO, but we mean field training officer status?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What is that status? What is a field training officer's status for you as only being there for 3 months?
Still learning about the city, the roads, and other stuff that my training officer would teach me along the way.
Okay. So you're still trying to become familiar with the area?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now you've been there for almost 2 years?
Correct.
Okay. Are you assigned to usually the same district? The same
No.
area?
No.
Okay. So you move around the city?
Yes, sir.
Is there one area that you've become more familiar with than the other?
This south and David area, Charlie, and Adam area.
Okay. So the south side of Warren.
Yes, sir.
So it would be safe to say if you get onto the north side of Warren, you might have to start looking at the map a little bit more.
Yes, sir.
And the south side, is that the part that's connected, that borders with Detroit?
Yes, sir.
Do you know where it borders?
8 Mile.
Okay. And at the time of this incident, Officer, who was your FTO?
Burrell.
Burrell was?
Yes, sir.
Was he, do you know how long he's been a Warren police officer?
Not sure, to be honest.
Okay. Is it fair to say that on this date that you weren't 100% familiar with the area that you were operating in?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Because I think on the video that the prosecutor showed, you actually can see yourself zooming in on the map.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you had to look to see where you were going and directions, correct?
Yes, sir.
So as your, do you specifically have an assigned cruiser?
Yes.
Okay. At the department, you get the same cruiser every time?
Oh, no.
Okay. How does that work?
Once you go to roll call, they'll assign you to different areas and put you in different cars.
Okay. And every cruiser is pretty much set up the same, correct?
Correct.
And when you test the car, you're looking to see if the emergency lights are working, the siren's working, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Making sure that the headlights work, taillights.
Yes, sir.
You're just making sure that the vehicle is in proper operating order, correct?
Yes, sir.
Because as an officer, you don't want to go out and have a blown out headlight and then make traffic stops for having blown out headlight, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you go out on let's talk about your briefing. You've been an officer at Warren now for a while.
Yes,
Is it
sir.
safe to say you've had hundreds of briefings since this one on September 29th of 2024?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At that, but you do recall portions of it.
Yes, sir.
Do you get a briefing at roll call every day, every time you go to work?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And by every day, I mean every day you work.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you work with the same team as a shift?
It depends on what shift you are, but yes.
Okay. So at this point, when you're reporting to work, you're usually reporting to work with the same people to go work the road that day?
Yes, sir.
I mean, minus vacations and sick time and things of that nature?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you usually assigned to the same partner, or is it random?
Random.
Okay. Can you request to be with a certain person if you want?
You can.
Okay. And does that routinely sometimes happen, that the people that ride together will commonly ride together?
Sometimes, yes.
Okay. But if there's a shortage or if there's an issue, they may have to break them up.
Correct.
Okay. Now, on this date of September 29th, 24, what time did you get to work? Not what time you reported to roll call, but what time did you get to the department?
About 7:30
Okay. Why do you do that? So why do you get there if your shift doesn't start until 8?
to change, put my gear on, and test my taser, and then go to roll call.
Okay. You just don't walk in and throw your vest on and pop your radio in and go to work, right?
Correct.
You make sure that all of your equipment's functioning and working properly.
Yes, sir.
You take care in doing that, right?
Yes, sir.
Your life depends on that, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, as you're at the briefing on this date, you don't recall who did the briefing.
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall who was? You don't. I think you testified. You don't recall who the command officers that were there.
I don't 100% recall now.
Okay. And what do I mean by command officers?
By supervisors, a lieutenant.
Okay. Is there just a lieutenant and then the patrol officers, or is there other individuals there?
There's usually a lieutenant, 3 supervisors, and patrol officers.
Okay. Do we call are they titled supervisors or are they sergeants?
Sergeants.
Okay. So we understand the hierarchy. We have the patrol officers, we have the sergeants, and then we have the lieutenant that's in charge
Yes, sir.
of that shift. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So either of those 4 could give, if there's, however, the sergeants or the lieutenant could give the briefing.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And every day you get a briefing, correct?
Correct.
And does some of that information during that briefing, does it become redundant? Do you know what I mean by that?
Repeated?
Correct.
Yes.
All right. And those briefings are usually from detectives or from higher-ups or current investigations that are taking place, correct?
Correct.
There's also officer safety warnings in those briefings.
Yes, sir.
And they'll use the words like extreme caution in
Yes,
those
sir.
briefings. When they say extreme caution, what does that mean to you?
Approach with caution, with safety.
Does that tell you that you should be, if you're dealing with these individuals, that they might be dangerous and that you should use caution in trying to apprehend them?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you come into contact with them, correct?
Yes.
Does that also indicate to you that they might be a danger to the community?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, on this day, when you were having this briefing, you testified that you remember talking about ATMs,
Yes, sir.
right? Is it part of the briefing that these ATMs were breaking and enterings were taking places in early morning hours?
I don't recall what time that happened.
Okay. But it was happening during your shift,
Yes, sir.
correct? So they were asking you to pay special attention to it.
Yes, sir.
And you mentioned that they said that this crew was using Dodge Durangos and Jeep Cherokees, correct?
Correct.
Right. So when you hear that in a briefing, does that draw special attention to it for you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if you're out and you see, or in the area at that time, you see an individual, you see a Dodge Durango or a Jeep Cherokee, you're going to pay particular attention to it, correct?
Yes, sir.
And have you worked a majority of your career at night?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And are you able, from your experience, to be able to somewhat tell the difference between vehicles based on their taillights or their headlights as they're approaching?
Yes, sir.
So based on that, you're able to keep an eye out for those types of vehicles. This is a special attention that you're being told as part of your duties, is that these are people and vehicles that you need to be paying special attention to.
Yes, sir.
That's part of the reason that when the Be on the Lookout came out from dispatch, you didn't just casually walk to your car.
No.
you said you sped walked, so you picked it up basically because you realized that this vehicle from that flock hit that was just put out by dispatch was a vehicle of interest per that briefing.
Yes, sir.
Now, let's talk about dispatch, be on the lookouts, and flock hits. Okay. Do you know what the flock system is?
Yes, I do.
It's a license plate reader, correct?
Correct.
And that is entered into the license plate reader basically reads every car that goes by, but law enforcement can enter in specific plates that they're looking for.
Yes, sir.
And it's based on the license plate, not on necessarily the vehicle.
The license plate, yes.
Okay. But usually you would check to make sure that if you get a flock hit, that the license plate matches the vehicle that the be on the lookouts for, correct?
Yes, sir.
So if you see the license plate and it's on a Volkswagen Jetta, then that's an issue, correct?
Yes, sir.
But if it's matching the description that you had and that what you believed you were briefed on, then it's of interest, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, the dispatch that we listened to has it coming out, and I believe it was at 4. Sorry, I got my note in here somewhere. It came out at 4:56 and 37 seconds.
Correct.
Okay. The initial flock hit. Can you hold that one? No. Okay. 4. Now, this flock hit here, this was the one that was the first one that you heard that went out from dispatch radio traffic at 4:56 and 37 seconds, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What's the time on this picture of the flock hit?
4:56 a.m.
Okay. Right on the nose,
Yes, sir.
correct? So the radio transmission that you received was 37 seconds later.
Yes, sir.
Okay. In your cruiser, we saw the computer, and we saw the computer that, what do they call that at MDT? What do you call it?
For the map? Or-
Just in general, what is the computer in your car called?
Oh, just a computer, to be honest.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So as you're in the car, let's say you were driving the car at the point in time that you weren't outside the car.
Yes, sir.
Would that flock hit populate on that computer?
Yes.
What would happen?
It would make a noise
To alert you?
to alert me. Yes.
Okay. Does it move the flock, if you have the map open, does it move that, does it put the flock hit in front of it?
Not on my computer. I don't think I have it set like that.
Okay.
But yeah.
But you could set it like that if you wanted to.
Possibly, yes.
Okay. So if the flock hit appears, when a flock hit appears on your computer, does it relay the information of the time of the flock hit?
Yes.
Correct. It relays you this picture of the flock hit, correct?
Yes, sir. Yep.
It'll also relay you a closer photo of the license plate number, correct?
Correct.
And it'll tell you what that vehicle is wanted for, correct?
Yes.
So when this flock hit hits in the computer system, before dispatch puts it out, it can tell you that it's stolen and what it's wanted for and the circumstances behind it, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At the time you got the call, you heard the dispatch of the flock hit on the radio transmission. You didn't know any of that information except for the fact that a Jeep Grand Cherokee with a Bolo with a flock hit was heading southbound.
Correct.
But you still took the urgency to hurry to get to your car.
I did.
Why was that?
Because that could be possibly one of the ATM theft crew that we're looking for.
Okay. And your job is, as a law enforcement officer, is to protect the public, correct?
Correct.
And this is you were briefed on it. This is importance.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you got into the car and you knew, did you know of another flock hit at any point in time?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. So when you get the flock hit, you decide you're going to go into the area that this is at, correct?
Yes, sir.
But this flock hit was at 10 Mile and Shaner.
Correct.
And you are down at Topher.
Correct.
And that is below 9 Mile, correct?
Yes, sir.
Probably, and it's before 8 Mile.
Correct.
So you're down south by at least, so we've got 10 Mile, 9 Mile, and you're halfway down to 8 Mile.
Correct.
Okay. And this flock hit is hitting above that.
Yes, sir.
So you decide to head towards Shaner.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You're on Topher. And when you get when you're driving to that intersection of that area, are you looking for this vehicle?
I was.
You're keeping an eye out for it?
Yes, sir.
Right. And at the point in time, you're not aware of another flock hit that's come, correct?
I wasn't aware, no.
When you approach Shaner, why did you turn south?
Possibly might have passed, but I wanted to check south, then go back north.
Okay. So why would you go to the south first?
Just because it might have passed me, just in case.
Okay. Where's the border with Detroit?
8 Mile.
Okay. And where you're turning off of Topher onto Shaner, are you heading towards Detroit?
Correct.
And in your experience as an officer at Warren, do individuals usually head towards Detroit?
All the time.
Okay. Now, so you turn to the south.
Yes, sir.
You were not aware that Officer Burke and Rodolfo had already passed Topher and Shaner at that point, correct?
Correct.
So down the road, you don't see when you're turning on to Shaner, you may not have seen the vehicle that these officers had seen, correct?
Correct.
Now, when I listened to the video, when you take that corner, when you're turning from Topher onto Shaner, do you recall hearing your engine accelerate?
I do.
Why is that?
Just trying to catch up to the area of 8 and Shaner.
Okay. So to me, it sounds like you get on the gas.
Yeah.
Okay. And did you activate your emergency
I'm
lights?
sorry, but I'm going to object because it's argumentative.
I said it sounds like he got on it. I can rephrase the question.
Rephrase the question, disregard the last question.
Stating his opinion.
Okay. Disregard the last question and answer. No, consider it. And you
I'll rephrase.
Thank you.
When you turned the corner off of Topher onto Shaner, did you do anything in particular in regards to your speed?
Yes, I accelerated
Okay. Why did you do that?
because I want to make sure that the car hasn't passed me one towards 8 Mile.
Okay. Did you activate your emergency lights at that point in time?
No,
Why not?
because there's not. I don't see the car yet. There's no emergency for me to turn it on.
Would you also not activate your lights because of alerting others in the area?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
And why would that be in regards to trying to find a vehicle?
Once they see our lights, which is very clear for them, they'll dodge us and go through neighborhoods.
So in an attempt to apprehend a suspect, you're not going, or locate this vehicle and apprehend a suspect, you're not going to activate your emergency lights.
No.
You say it would be necessary in order to attempt to apprehend them, not to?
Not to turn.
Try to locate them, not to turn on your lights?
No, I won't.
You wouldn't do it.
I wouldn't do it.
Okay. At what point, if you were to see this vehicle and it's driving and you're now accelerating and you see the vehicle down the road from you and you recognize the taillights, as we talked about, you guys, because you're night shift, you're able to recognize the taillights. At what point in time would you, let's back that up. You see the vehicle down the road from you. You recognize those taillights. You recognize that it's the flock hit. Are you just going to drive at the speed limit behind it?
Trying to be somewhat behind it and call it out over the radio just to make sure that I have a backup officer somewhere in the area so I'm not by myself.
Okay.
But kind of be at the same speed as them.
Are you going to try to catch up to that vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. You're going to try to close that distance?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And there's concern because of that distance because 8 miles coming up, correct?
Correct.
And then they'll be into Detroit.
Correct.
So is that the reason you accelerated?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So once you accelerate and you take the corner and you accelerate, you come upon the accident scene, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you said you had heard dispatch that there was an accident. Somebody had dispatched it. You don't know who.
I heard it over the radio. I wasn't sure what it was, but I just assumed it was.
Okay. When you arrived on the scene, you went and checked. You got out of the car, and then you went and who did you go to first?
The Durango by Officer Burke.
Okay. And when you saw Officer Burke, how long had you known him at that point?
I would say about 2 to 3 months.
As long as you worked at Warren PD?
Yes, sir.
Did your shift usually, I understand that during the field training phase, you work different shifts. You work the day shift and the night shift, correct? Or were you just on nights?
Correct. I started at nights for maybe 2 months, if not more.
Okay, so you were still on your night shift at that point.
Yes, sir.
Were you usually working the same shift as Officer Burke and Officer Rodolfo?
Yes.
Okay. And did you know, so you had interactions with them?
Yes.
Okay. You guys, so when you arrive on scene and you approach Officer Burke, he's attempting to pull somebody out of the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
It appears as if he's trying to render aid.
Yes.
Were you able to make observations of his physical person?
Yes, he was injured and bleeding from his arms.
Okay. And did he seem to be caring about those injuries at that point?
No.
What was he focused on?
On the driver, the occupant of the vehicle.
Okay. Did you recognize that he was injured?
Yes.
Did you attempt to relieve him of what he was doing?
I tried.
When you say you tried, what happened?
He pushed me. He wanted to help him as soon as possible.
Okay. And that's what he was focused on?
Yes, sir.
I believe that your testimony at the prelim is that you said that he wasn't all there.
Correct.
What do you mean by that?
I've seen Officer Burke and talked to him. He's cool, calm, cool, chill, and he's very welcoming. And that day when I was trying to talk to him, he's like, it wasn't the same Officer Burke I've talked to before. He was in some sort of distress, shocked, and yeah, just didn't recognize him.
You didn't recognize his mentality and what was happening at that point, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you said that you tried to help him and he pushed you,
Yes.
had he ever pushed you before?
No.
So at that point, when he pushed you, what did he tell you to go do?
Go check on Officer Rodolfo.
And you did that?
I did that, yes.
Okay. And when you came back, was Officer Burke was still attempting to remove the individuals from the vehicle, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you able to assist him at that point?
Once he was able to get his upper torso out of the vehicle, I was able to reach and hold the driver by his feet and then put him on the ground.
Okay. And Officer Burke was then at some point taken away from the scene. Do you recall whether that occurred or not?
He was near the driver. I'm not really sure, but at some point, yes.
After that, after
Yes.
the second individual, after you helped to remove the second individual, that's where your focus was at that point,
Correct.
correct? Okay. The prosecutor kind of touched on a flock hit, and I need to get my glasses because I'm old. You said that a flock hit should be responded to at a moderate speed, correct?
Yes.
Do you, is there a policy from Warren in regards to that you're aware of?
There is a policy, yes.
Okay. Does the policy also say that unless further confirmed information is available that would justify high speeds?
Yes.
So a normal flock hit of, hey, this vehicle might just be on the lookout for an incident would be a moderate speed. But given what you knew in your briefing, knowing what what this vehicle was wanted for, that would be an example of something that should be justify a high speed response, correct?
Correct.
Okay. If you would have been in the area, you were already in the area,
Correct.
so you didn't need to get to you were right down the road from that corner where that flock hit was.
Yes, sir.
So there wasn't any need for you to get on the gas to get there, correct?
Correct.
And as part of your operation when you're working, do you notice that in Warren around the times that what is the traffic usually like during that hour in the morning?
In the morning? Depends on what time in the morning.
Well, let's say it's between 3 and 5.
Oh, barely any traffic.
Roads are pretty clear.
Yeah.
The occasional car.
Correct.
Okay. And your can you pull up? I just want the beginning of number 10. You don't need to study this. It is by Warren. Oh. You can just stop it. Okay. So this is your body worn camera that's on your chest, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you're operating the computer in this, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Since you're now off of FTO status, field training officer status, are you assigned to a 2-man car?
Sometimes, yes.
Okay. When there's 2 of you, is there a delegation of duties?
Yes, the passenger take care of the computer and the radio, and I drive and focus on the road.
So the common practice is if it's a 2-man car, one of you's working the computer, the other one's focused on the driving.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And we talked about the control panel. I need So I'm going to show you what's been admitted as People's Exhibit number 9. It is the body-worn camera of Officer Burke, correct?
Yes, sir.
I don't think that's been admitted yet, but it's, part of it was shown to us.
Did we? Do you want to stipulate to admitting it?
Sure.
Okay.
No objection.
It's admitted.
Okay, thank you. So this is Officer Burke's body cam. A picture from Officer Burke's body cam, correct?
Yes, sir.
And how do you know that?
His name's on there.
Okay. And does it have the date on it?
It does.
And what's the date?
2024, September 30th,
And what is the time?
4:58 a.m. and 58 seconds.
Okay. And as you testify to, does this is the inside of a cruiser, correct?
Correct.
And does it appear that this is the area where the control panel for the lights and the videos would be?
Yes, sir.
Or I'm sorry,
The
the lights and
sirens.
sirens?
Yes,
at?
sir.
And that's the area that his hand is at that point in time?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall what time the accident happened?
Around that time, not sure exactly.
So, pretty close to that exact moment, correct?
Correct.
Just 1 second. Nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Thank you. Okay, just some follow-up questions for you, officer.
Yes, sir.
All right. All right. You were asked some questions about your training in the police academy, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you went through emergency vehicle operation training. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And when you go through that training, are you ever trained? Or when you do that, do you do on the road training actually, where you're in a vehicle and you're on a course or something like that?
Yes, we do.
Okay. All right. When you go through that type of training, are you ever trained specifically on how to, in actually get experience operating a vehicle in excess of 110 miles an hour?
At a high speed, yes. I'm not sure specifically what the speed for it.
Okay. You don't remember what speeds you actually trained at, correct?
Correct.
All right. That was quite a while ago, correct?
It was.
Okay. All right. Now, let me ask you this, because you were asked a lot of questions about when you would activate your lights and when you wouldn't.
Correct.
Correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would you always activate your emergency lights if you were traveling triple the speed limit and there is other traffic on the road?
Depends on what we're going for, yes.
Okay. All right. So if you were chasing a murderer that it just happened, would you turn your lights and sirens on?
Yes,
If you're
sir.
going triple the speed limit?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. If you were just responding to a flock hit for a stolen vehicle and you're going triple the speed limit, would you turn your lights and sirens on?
No.
No?
No.
Okay. So you would go triple the speed limit looking for a stolen vehicle.
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered. Just because he doesn't like the answer doesn't mean that he gets to keep berating.
I'll move on.
Anyway, if they're leading to something.
That would be your normal practice? To never turn your lights and sirens on when you are searching for a stolen vehicle?
No.
And it's, as the driver of a patrol vehicle, it's your discretion or decision when to turn lights and sirens on, correct?
Correct.
The location where you were at when you come down Topher and you get to Shaner, south, if you turn southbound down Shaner, what is the next major road? Is that 8 Mile Road?
8 Mile.
Okay, and that's the border with Detroit, correct?
Correct.
All right. And there's, if you're actually pursuing a vehicle, meaning like you have the vehicle in your sights and you're pursuing that vehicle, there's nothing that prevents you from pursuing that vehicle into Detroit, correct?
If I see in our city, and yes.
Right. Okay, so if it's, you see the vehicle in your city, you can pursue it into another city, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in this case, when you turned onto Shaner, you never saw the stolen vehicle, correct?
Never.
Okay. Right. And when you got that original flak hit at was it 4:20 or 37? I'm sorry. The original flak hit. Do you recall, was there a second updated flak hit with an additional location for that flak hit?
Not 100% sure, no.
No? Okay. If you saw the flak hit photographs, would that help to refresh your memory?
Possibly, yeah.
All right. To show you, first, People's Exhibit 5, which I believe is being admitted by stipulation, Your Honor, and 6.
Yes. Both 5 and 6 is correct.
They're admitted.
Thank you. I'm show you first 5. Can you tell me what that is?
Grand Jeep Cherokee?
Okay, that's a flak hit again?
The flock hit, yes.
And is that the same vehicle that was the subject of the original flak hit?
Yes.
All right. And what was the time stamp for that particular photograph, that flak hit?
That
Your
one.
Honor, I guess I'm going to object because his previous testimony was because he doesn't remember there being a second flock hit. If he is trying to refresh the witness's memory as to whether or not he remembers the second flock hit, then he should be, I understand it's admitted, but he should ask him if it refreshes, not say that that's it.
Can you,
I agree. Does that help to refresh your memory as to the second flak hit?
The call out, yes.
Okay. All right. And so do you remember where was the second flak hit that you heard call out, the location of that vehicle?
The second one,
Correct.
in the area of the second one, I believe it was in the area of Grossback and Shaner.
Grossbeck and Shaner. Okay. All right. So the first one was at 10 Mile and Shaner, and the second one was at Grossbeck and Shaner?
Yes.
Okay. is Groesbeck south of 10 Mile, where Groesbeck and Shaner intersect?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And do you recall the time that you received the second flock hit of the vehicle being located at Groesbeck and Shaner?
The time?
Correct.
No.
No. Okay. Okay. Officer, I want to take you backing up just a little bit before the flock hits and before you went on patrol. When you were having your briefing that particular day, what other incidents or issues were briefed on that particular day?
Other than the ATM theft?
Correct.
Crew? I
Correct.
don't recall.
You don't recall. So that's the only one that you recall.
Yes.
Okay. How often do you get flock hits over dispatch for stolen vehicles?
If it's in our city, they call it out over the radio
Right.
often.
Often?
Yes.
Okay. Is it a common occurrence on almost every shift?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And very often, those vehicles that are called out involve stolen Jeep products or Dodge products, correct?
Correct.
Those are, would you consider those commonly stolen vehicles?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At the time that you received these flock hits, other than it being stolen from Sterling Heights, you didn't have any additional information that this particular vehicle was used in any other crime, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. So at the time you received these flock hits, the only information you have that it was stolen and that was out of Sterling Heights. Correct?
Correct, and possibly that was 2 firearms in the vehicle.
Right.
In the vehicle.
Okay, right. There may be firearms in the vehicle because they were reported stolen with the vehicle,
Yes,
correct?
MMP shield.
Okay, all right. At some point, did you determine, as you indicated that sometimes when you get these bolos, that information comes to your computer as well?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know, based on, or are you able to look at that computer and see what the date of the theft was?
No.
No. Okay. So you don't even know at that point whether this vehicle was stolen recently or 10 days from then? 10 days earlier?
I don't recall.
Okay. You testified that when you got to Topher and Shaner, you did accelerate when you made your turn, correct?
Correct.
And that's common, right? When you come from a stop, you accelerate, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you were still looking, when you made that turn, in your mind, you were still looking to see if you could find that car, correct?
Correct.
That stolen vehicle, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you accelerate to 80 miles per hour immediately?
I don't recall, to be honest.
Did you accelerate to 114 miles per hour immediately?
I don't recall.
Okay. You don't recall if you went 114 miles per hour or not that morning?
I wasn't paying attention to my speed, to be honest, at the time.
Okay. Don't you think it's important to pay attention to your speed?
Yeah.
Okay. Why would it be important to pay attention to your speed?
It's based on the time, the day, and the traffic on the road.
Sure. If there's vehicles traveling in front of you in the same direction, that's something obviously you want to be aware of, correct?
Correct.
Right. And if there's vehicles traveling in the opposite direction towards you, that's something you would want to be aware of, correct?
Correct.
Why?
Know your surroundings.
Okay, right. Your job is to protect and serve, correct?
Correct.
That includes other drivers on the road, is that correct?
Correct.
So would it be important to be aware of other traffic on the road and what your speed is when you're responding looking for a stolen vehicle?
Your objection?
Your Honor, I've let it go for a while, but I'm going to object that he's leading the witness. This is his direct examination, and they need to.
I'll rephrase.
Thank you.
Thank you. When you get information fed to the computer from the flock system, you are able to search a vehicle, not just by a license plate, but by other means as well, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And how else could you search for a vehicle?
By-
Through the flock.
Through the flock.
Correct.
By looking up cameras.
Okay. Right. And those cameras are at various locations throughout the city, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Are you able to search for a vehicle based on make and model of the vehicle as well?
Yes.
Okay. When you are pursuing a vehicle, when you're actually in pursuit of a vehicle, you know, like the vehicle is actually in your view and you are pursuing that vehicle. If that vehicle crosses over into Detroit, are you able to call Detroit for assistance as well?
Yes.
That morning, did you ever hear anyone? Well, let me ask you this. Would it be common practice when spotting a stolen vehicle on the road that you would call out on a radio to dispatch that you've located that vehicle?
Your Honor, same objection. He's leading the witness.
I'm asking if that's what he would do. It's not leading.
That's a leading
What
question.
is the leading question? Please rephrase.
let me ask you, what would you do when you spot a stolen vehicle?
That's parked or driving or
Would you inform anybody of that?
I would check the vehicle first.
Okay.
Confirm.
Okay. How do you check the vehicle?
Through lane.
Through lien. Okay. When you check a vehicle, do you do that through the dispatch?
My computer.
Your computer. Okay. Are you able to call it out through dispatch, though?
I could.
Okay. Do you recall on that morning ever hearing any dispatch that that vehicle had been located?
I got dismissed from my duties, so I'm not. But later on, I heard.
Okay. No. That I'm talking about prior to the crash.
Okay.
Okay. Prior to the crash, had you ever heard anyone call out that they had located that vehicle?
I don't recall.
You don't recall. Okay. One second. When responding to a flock hit, what does the policy indicate with regard, the Warren Police policy indicate with regards to when a pursuit is originated from a flock hit?
Pursuit is originated from flock. As a like we.
Right.
pursued the
What is the
vehicle?
policy?
Word for word, I'm not sure.
Okay. All right. Would seeing it help to refresh your memory?
Yeah.
Wait. If I may, which page are you looking at?
It's page 6 of 10.
Thank you.
Moderate speed.
Okay.
Pursuit.
It says that it shall be treated as a moderate speed pursuit. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, there's an additional part of that which you were asked about, correct?
Additional that.
That if there is further confirmed information, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Now, does the policy include like an example, if you will?
What do you mean?
Specifically, does the policy speak to whether a felony hit would somehow justify excessive speed?
I'm not sure.
Okay. If you saw the policy, would that help to refresh your memory?
Possibly, yeah. I'm here felony hit without support. Yes, aim your felony hit without supporting information shown.
I'm sorry. What was that?
I couldn't read it as fast, honestly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Refresh your memory.
says a mere felony hit without supporting information shall be governed as a moderate speed pursuit.
Okay. So a felony hit without supporting information. Okay. What supporting information did you have at the time? Well, let me ask you, did you have any supporting information at the time other than this was a stolen vehicle?
Dispatch confirmed it.
Okay. That it was confirmed that it was a stolen vehicle?
Yes. and-
Okay, right. And a stolen vehicle is a mere felony, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Possession of a stolen gun is a mere felony as well, correct?
Also felony, yes.
Okay. All right. I have nothing further.
Anything based on that?
Yes, Your Honor. Officer, if you get behind a vehicle and turn on your lights and the vehicle flees from you, is that a pursuit?
Yes, sir.
Is you attempting to catch up to a vehicle without your lights on a pursuit?
No.
Okay. So when we talk about pursuit policies, is your understanding that that's once you try to stop and then the pursuit begins?
Once I try to stop and they won't stop, and then they try to flee, then yes, it's a pursuit.
But would you consider trying to catch up to a speeder and you don't have your emergency equipment activated a pursuit?
No.
Now, we talked about the prosecutor asked you about recalling this briefing and not recalling everything else that day, the other parts of that briefing that day.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is there a reason why that part of the briefing sticks out in your mind?
Yes, because they had several locations in our city, and we were talked about it a couple briefings prior to the day as well.
So it was a reoccurring incident?
Correct.
And is the events of this incident something that you have that was memorable for you?
Yes.
And you remember that connection?
Yes, sir.
Like we talked about, you've had a lot of briefings since that point in time, but this is something that has stuck with you, correct?
Yes, sir.
When you had your briefing, did they use the words extreme caution in regards to these activities of these individuals?
I believe so, yes, sir.
That would raise your level of concern, correct?
100%.
Okay. And the fact that there were weapons in the vehicle, that also raised your concern?
100%.
Now, let's assume what the prosecutor was asking you is that this vehicle was stolen 10 days prior to this flock hit. You still receive that information that there are weapons that were at the time of that vehicle?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. You received information that there were weapons in the vehicle at the time it was taken.
Yes, sir.
Even though time had passed, would that lower your level of concern?
No.
Why not?
Because there might be still weapons in that vehicle, and they're using that vehicle for other crimes.
You just don't make the assumption that time's passed, so that information's probably old.
Correct.
Now, we talked about, the prosecutor asked you about when you turn on your lights, when you don't turn on your lights, everything of that nature. Is it safe to say that when you do or do not is based on the totality of the circumstances that you have knowledge of and what's occurring at the time?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Newman?
I just have one question, Your Honor. When you testify that you were aware of this ATM theft ring that was going on, and the flock hits for this stolen vehicle. There was nothing, there was no evidence before you that linked that vehicle to that theft ring other than it was a similar make and model, correct?
At the time,
Correct.
all I was looking for the stolen vehicle.
Right. And so any connection to the ATM thefts at that time, would that be an assumption?
If there was other additional crime that was the car used for, I don't recall.
At that, but you've testified that you only knew that it was a stolen vehicle at that point. You didn't. Did you know of any other crimes at that time?
At the time, no.
Thank you. I don't have anything further.
You all set?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down.
Thank you.
It's probably a good time to take a break. We'll resume at 1:30.
All rise for the jury.
We are in recess. 2242FH. Let's bring the jury in. Do you have your next witness in the courtroom? Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
You may be seated. Okay, Mr. Newman, your next witness.
Thank you. People are calling Officer Burrell.
You gotta go around this way, sir. Raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Have a seat. You're under oath. Please state and spell your name.
Name is Devin Burrell, DEVONBIRRELL.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon.
It's Devin Burrell, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And what is your occupation, sir?
I'm a police officer of the City of Warren.
All right. And officer, how long have you been a police officer with the city of Warren?
With the City of Warren, just over 4 years.
All right. And were you a police officer somewhere else prior to that?
I was.
Where was that?
I did 4 years in the City of Detroit and just shy of 2 years in Macomb County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. And when you became employed with the Warren Police Department, where were you assigned?
That varies. I was uniform patrol as my position, but
Right.
the actual assigned area changed.
Oh, okay. So, but you started with Warren as a patrol officer?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And are you a patrol officer still at this point?
I'm in a different capacity now.
Okay. All right. Well, I want to take you back to around the date of September 29th, September 30th of 2024. Do you recall, obviously, an incident that occurred on that date that brings you here to court?
I do.
Okay. Back on that particular date, were you working with a partner?
I was a field training officer. I did have a probationary officer with me.
Okay. And who was that?
I was Officer Anise.
Okay. And what is a field training officer?
I act as a guide or a trainer for new probationary officers that are hired on. Depending on the step they're in, it's teaching, testing, getting them ready for solo patrol.
Okay. All right. And in this case, you had been assigned to be the FTO to Officer Anise.
That's correct.
All right. When Officer Anise came to be your trainee, if you will, you were aware that he was not a brand new police officer out of the academy, though, correct?
Correct.
All right. So you knew he had experience already as a police officer?
Yes.
All right. Oh. When you were working with Officer Anise on that particular date, were you on patrol? Did you actually go out on patrol with him?
Yes.
And were you the driver or passenger in your patrol vehicle?
Passenger.
When you were working with Officer Anise on that date, do you recall where you were prior to the crash that brings us here today?
Not the exact address. I was close by in the area, just east of Shaner, in
Okay.
Topher area.
Okay, just east of Shaner. All right. And where did the crash occur?
Shaner and Sherman, to my understanding.
Okay. In the Shaner and Sherman area?
Yes,
Okay. When You were on. So had you been previously dispatched to a location east of Shaner somewhere at that point?
Yeah, when the initial notification of the flak hit had come out, I was on a radio run. We were finishing up.
Okay.
I don't remember the exact address I was at prior.
Right.
We were leaving that run and then responding over to that area.
Okay. Do you recall the nature of that run that you had been on?
I think it was like a mental health check or something.
Okay.
It was,
All right, very good. But you had basically finished up on that run. You indicated when you heard the be on the lookout call.
yes, sir.
Okay. When you heard the be on the lookout call, do you recall exactly where you were at the time?
Somewhere between being in the house I was at and out to the car. I believe I was still in the house when we heard it because I had said something to Officer Anise, like
Okay.
make sure he was aware of it.
All right. Okay. And do you recall what specific information you were given in that initial BOLO?
The broadcast was saying that there was a flak hit for a stolen vehicle, with the Jeep saying 2 guns were inside the vehicle as well.
Okay. All right. That information, did it come out over just one dispatch, or was that over the course of like several dispatches?
I
don't
couldn't
remember?
say, yeah.
Okay. All right. Obviously, if you heard those, that would help to refresh your memory.
Sure.
Okay. All right. I'm going to go ahead and play. Oh, we don't have the TV on.
Oh, no,
I'm sorry.
TV goes to sleep.
Yep. Thank you. So I'm going to play People's Exhibit 1A.
2024, 4:56:37 a.m. You offer a flak hit for a stolen vehicle, the black Jeep Grand Cherokee, Shaner and 10 Mile, southbound Shaner from 10 Mile, license plate is 2 Paul Robert Nora 96. Again, on a black Jeep Cherokee, and you all.
All right. You've had an opportunity to hear was that the initial, do you recall that being the initial be on the lookout dispatch that you heard on that date?
Yeah, that sounds familiar, yes.
Okay. All right. And so when you received that BOLO, what information is pertinent to you at that point as a patrol officer?
For any flak hit?
For
or
that
some
particular flak hit. From that particular flak hit.
what would be pertinent to me?
Correct.
How close I am and if I can respond to that flak hit would
Right.
probably be the first.
Okay. All right. And where was the location of that initial flak hit?
Shaner and 10 Mile.
Shaner and
southbound.
10. How far away from you, where you were at when you received it, was Shaner and 10 Mile approximately?
About a mile and a half.
Okay. All right. So you were fairly close. Would you characterize it as fairly close?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so when you initially get that flak hit, what did you do?
When it was broadcast, I, to the best of my knowledge, just telling Anise or making sure that he had acknowledged that as well over the radio, and then started heading towards where, I guess, just Shaner, towards
Okay.
Shaner, because it was going southbound, and obviously we're a little ways out and not in our car yet.
Okay. All right. And so you get into your vehicle and did you begin driving towards Shaner?
Yeah, Anise was driving the vehicle, but we
You were
did
the
drive
passenger.
on Topher towards Shaner,
All right. And so what direction on Topher did you go?
westbound.
All right. And when you got to Shaner, what did you do?
I remember just holding, waiting to see if the car had passed by. I think we anticipated that we were ahead of the vehicle. I'm not 100%. I know we held maybe for a second at that intersection of Topher and Shaner.
Okay. All right. Now, you had gotten that initial dispatch. Do you recall getting other information about that stolen vehicle as well through
Yeah,
the dispatch?
So I guess when I had said originally with the two guns, which I guess would be common because they'll give out just the flak hit and then they have to verify the information, make sure that there isn't any suspect information or if there's any other circumstances that people are armed. So that was the second part of hearing that there was 2 stolen firearms in the car.
Right. Okay. All right. And I'm going to play for you the next dispatch from, and this would be Exhibit 1B. Okay.
September 30, 2024, 4:56:53 a.m.
All right. Was that you, officer, in that dispatch?
I don't recall what my call sign was. Usually it's going to be a one-man vehicle with a FTO, but I don't remember my call sign for the day.
All right. Do you recall whether, I think it was David 40, do you recall whether you were David 40 that particular evening or morning?
I don't believe so.
Okay. All right. I'm going to play Exhibit 1C.
September 30, 2024, 4:56:57 a.m.
Was that the dispatcher?
Yeah, it sounds like the dispatcher
Okay.
acknowledging.
Responding 10-4, was it?
Yeah,
Okay. What does that mean?
just acknowledging the transmission.
I'm going to play for you Exhibit 1D.
September 30, 2024, 4:57:22 a.m. So it's the one out of Sterling Heights.
Okay. So now, you heard that particular dispatch, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so was there additional information given out at that point?
So, I mean, at that point, it's just stolen out of Sterling Heights.
Okay. So that's information that vehicle had been stolen out of Sterling Heights?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Did that have any significance to you at that point?
It did.
Okay. How so?
We had been on the lookout for an ATM theft crew that was in the city of Warren. We had received intelligence earlier that day that the suspects were in the area of northern Warren and in Sterling Heights.
Okay. All right. And so after getting that information,
September 30, 2024,
I'm sorry, this is 1E.
4:57:28 a.m. There was also 2 M&T shield guns in the vehicle that were entered and stolen as well.
and so that was the dispatch, obviously. Did you get further information then
Yes.
about what was stolen with the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. And then just should play for you 1F.
September 30, 2024, 4:57:50 a.m. Just hit southbound Shaner and Roseback again.
Okay. You heard that
Yes,
dispatch as well? Okay, and that was an update on was that a second flock hit?
Yes.
Okay, with a new location, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and what was that location?
Grossbeck and Shaner.
Okay. Grossbeck and Shaner, where is that in relationship to 10 Mile and Shaner?
Under a mile, about a half mile apart.
Okay. Grossbeck and Shaner, is that south of 10 Mile and Shaner?
Yes.
All right. So when you get that new location, when you get those dispatches, where are you? The dispatches we just heard, where are you at that point?
Like I said, I couldn't tell you exactly pinpoint from the transmissions, but from when they started, I was leaving that area westbound Topher to Shaner. So I
Okay.
couldn't say exactly where I was at each radio transmission. It took time to get to the car, get in, and start driving.
Okay. All right. And I'm going to show you what's been in. Let me show you what's been admitted as People's Exhibit number 2. Do you recognize this area, sir?
I do.
Okay. And where is this?
Marathon gas station be located at the corner of Topher and Shaner.
Okay. And so with this location. Eventually, when you began responding to this flock hit, well, let me ask you this. When you responded to the flock hit, you said you went down Topher?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what was your purpose for going down Topher?
Just to intercept the vehicle if it continued southbound. I don't think I had any knowledge of where anybody else was at that time.
Okay. All right. So you were looking for the vehicle to see if you could locate it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And at that time, were you aware that there were other officers on duty, on patrol in that area?
I know that they're assigned to certain areas. I
Sure.
wouldn't know exactly where they were.
Right. You don't have an exact pinpoint
Unless
location.
we can
Right.
look at GPS, but I didn't have that because I left directly
Okay.
from that house
All right.
out to the car.
But obviously, you're not the only officer on the shift working in that area, correct?
No, I mean there's times when people are caught up either at like an arrest or at lunch or they're in the north end, which is they're out
Okay.
of the game. But there are people that are assigned to that area outside of me.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And so, I want to show you this video. Let it play out. The road that vehicle just passed by on, what road is that?
The one that went off frame.
Right.
That's Shaner.
Shane, okay. That vehicle would have been traveling which direction? Do you
Southbound.
Southbound. Now, officer, do you see the headlights coming from the top of the video?
Yes.
All right. What road is that?
Topher.
Topher. Okay. And that vehicle would be going in which direction towards Shaner?
Westbound.
Did you recognize that vehicle, sir?
It resembles the police. I mean, I can't really see that well on the video,
Okay.
but it looks.
I know you're looking at a
I know
tiny
the little
screen there,
square
aren't you?
lights,
Maybe it would help if you
yeah.
turn around. Yeah.
But
Here,
it
look.
looked like the Explorer.
Okay. All right. And would that have been your vehicle responding?
I would
to
guess.
the Bolos?
I would guess so. Yes.
Okay. You weren't aware of any other police vehicles that came down Topher and responded at that time?
No, at that time, no.
All right. So when you get, do you recall, when you got to Topher and Shaner, which direction did you go then?
Southbound.
Southbound. And when you went southbound, where did you go to?
Just north of the accident scene.
Okay. All right. So when you drove southbound on Shaner, did you come upon the accident scene?
I did.
Okay. Prior to coming upon it, were you aware of this crash at all?
Just moments before. I hadn't heard it or witnessed it. And then Officer Burke had radioed that they were in an accident.
Okay. You heard Officer Burke over the radio?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall where you were when you heard that?
I believe it was right at Topher and Shaner.
Okay. Basically, right as you're pulling up to that
Yeah,
intersection?
there wasn't a long gap. It was while we were waiting for the car, and then that radio transmission came out.
Okay. All right. And so is that why you immediately went kind of south on Shaner?
Yeah, and east made that quick turn, I believe, after that transmission.
Okay. And so what did what happened when you turned southbound on Shaner? Tell us, what did you see?
I guess what would have been the patrol car, I couldn't really tell because just the accident, what was going on. Denise was like, that's their car. I saw the white Durango off the road on its side. Officer Burke had ran from the patrol vehicle and started rendering aid to the occupants of the Durango.
Okay. When you arrived, did you actually see Burke run over there to the Durango?
I did.
Okay. And so what did you do?
To be honest, I was gathering what was going on. I shut off the siren, trying to understand what I was looking at, and realized the patrol car was turned around. Once I shut off the siren, I could hear that Officer Rodolfo was like groaning in the car, and he was trapped, and then I went over to assist him.
Okay. And so you went to Rodolfo's location in his vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And where was he at in his vehicle?
He was in the front passenger seat.
Okay. When you got to Rodolfo, what happened?
I just noticed he was hurt. He told me he thought he broke his leg, but at first he was just like kind of out of it, just making noises.
Okay. All right. When you got to Officer Rodolfo in the passenger seat area, was he conscious?
Yeah, not entirely responsive, but he was conscious. He was up.
Okay. All right. And so after getting to Officer Rodolfo, what did you do?
I sat by his side. I made sure to radio for additional units. I advised dispatch that there was an injured officer, and just to send medical and the units that we had.
Okay. And so did you stand by Officer Rodolfo at that point
Yeah,
until other units came to assist and
I would
things of that
say for the
nature?
majority, when people came over, I would let them know I was okay with Rodolfo and just to go assist with the occupants of the Durango.
Okay. When you first are leaving that prior run that you were on, and you were responding to that flock bolo that was sent out, at that time, were you aware of the Warren Police policy with regards to responding to flock hits?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your understanding of that policy?
That a flock hit, unless we are on something of a higher priority, that we shall make an attempt to make some sort of action.
Okay. Right. You're supposed to try and locate it, correct?
Correct.
All right. And when responding, though, to when you're pursuing a flock hit, pursuing a vehicle that originates from a flock hit,
Mm-hmm.
how is it you're supposed to respond?
If you wind up engaging in a pursuit with a flock hit, it depends. A mere flock hit is supposed to be treated as a moderate speed pursuit, and then additional factors just change the circumstances.
Sure. If you gain more information specifically about if that vehicle had just been involved in a crime and things of that nature, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'm going to object again. We're getting it back into the leading questions.
Okay, please.
Yep.
Go ahead. Bring it back in.
Yep.
Thank you.
When you get these flock hits, though, on that night or that morning of September 30th, did you have any specific information that this particular stolen vehicle had been involved in any other crime prior to this crash?
I know that there was information regarding a Jeep with relation to the ATM theft
Okay.
ring.
Let me ask you. So there was information that that type of vehicle was being used?
I would say I don't recall if the exact license plate was given out because of how long ago it was.
Okay.
I do remember the vehicle and that the location that they had the suspects in North Warren and in Sterling Heights.
Okay. All right. So let me ask you, if no, I'll strike that. So after EMS, and I assume EMS eventually gets involved in treating Rodolfo. Are you still there at that point?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you do after that?
Once he's like loaded in the ambulance, you're saying?
Correct.
I don't really know. I think I just kind of walked around and might have checked on Burke and looked for something to do. I'm not entirely sure.
Okay. All right. Your involvement in the scene and the investigation at that point, you basically didn't have much more involvement at that point?
Right, for being first responding, being
Gotcha.
supervisor on scene, I kind of took a back seat.
Okay. Do you remember, did you come into contact with Officer Burke there at the scene at some point?
I did.
Okay. And do you recall where that was in relationship to the scene?
No, I mean, it had to be close by, but I couldn't say exactly where we were at.
Was it somewhere in the vicinity of both of the vehicles?
I would assume, but
Okay.
I'm not for sure.
All right. One second here. One second. Okay, thank you. Anything further here?
Thank you.
Good afternoon, officer. You said you've been employed for 8 years? Correct.
With
I think
Warren
if I did my math right, you've been a law enforcement officer for 8 years?
10.
Okay, I'm horrible at math, just so you know. So I appreciate that. 10 years. Detroit Police Department, Macomb, and 4 years at Warren.
Yes, sir.
What's your current assignment, if you can tell me? If not, because it's clandestine, then tell me that, and I won't ask you any further.
We'll say that.
Okay, all right. So at the date and time of this incident, though, you were on a road patrol officer, correct?
Yes.
How long had you been a road patrol officer in Warren up to that point of the accident or the collision?
That would have been. I'm trying to do the math. I mean, it's got to be around 2 years.
Okay. So 2 years you were on the road at Warren, right? Were you assigned to a certain, I know we talked about that you were assigned to not a specific district, but how is the city divided up? Is there like a north and a south and east and west, or how is it divided?
Yeah, we do separate it north, south, east, and west, depending on manpower. I mean, we have designated patrol areas that break up the south end more into smaller sections, into quarters, and then there's north of 10 miles, a whole another quarter of the north end. So it depends on manpower, how much area you're going to cover, but we do sector off the city.
Okay. Is there more concentration in the south or in the north, or is it an equal distribution as far as officers for the shift?
It's divided more in the south. There's more individual patrol areas in the south end of Warren.
Okay. And is that based on the fact that there's more, the intelligence is that there's more crime activity in the south?
Yes.
Okay. And on this date, you were a field training officer, FTO, for Officer Anise, correct?
Yes.
Okay. How long had you been riding with Officer Anise?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember what stage he was in of his FTO training?
I believe it was his third. I'm not 100% either.
Okay. Can you explain when I say that? Because
Yeah.
it's what the stages are, what FTO stages mean?
Of course. So the stages are just how far along they are for being ready for being on their own as a solo patrol officer. So first stage would be they're brand new and you're getting them acclimated to the Warren policies, procedures, and things like that. Then you slowly just start taking off the training wheels. So by third phase, they're almost ready to be on their own, and then they get a final phase where you act as a shadow and you just watch them and grade them and make sure they're ready to go on the road by themselves.
In phase 4, are you in uniform at that time?
No, in phase 4, FTOs generally dress down in plain clothes to be there to still, witness what's going on and grade it and intervene if necessary. But that way, the public isn't drawn to that officer, and the officer just acts as if they're by themselves.
Okay. So it's safe to assume that since you're in uniform on the videos, and that he was not into phase 4 at that point.
That is correct.
Okay. As part of that field training, you're a two-man car, correct? I mean, he's a solo car, but you're there as an FTO?
Correct.
Okay. Is there a two-man car or two-man patrol at Warren?
Yes.
Okay. Is that routine on the night shifts?
Yes.
Okay. So even though he's in FTO status and being considered training as being a single officer, you're still working together in that car as a team?
Yes.
Okay. But you're teaching him and letting him take the majority of the work, the load.
Right. We act as a one man unless there's some sort of extreme exigent circumstances, but we are a two-man vehicle.
Okay. But if there's a call or if there's an issue, he's responsible for driving, running the radio, writing the reports, taking the names of everyone at the scene, that type of thing. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. But have you operated in a two-man car without an FTO?
Yes.
Where you're not in an FTO position?
I have.
Do you split the duties when you're in that vehicle?
Generally, yes.
What is the division of work?
Generally speaking, people are different, but the vast majority is just there's what they call the jump man and then the driver. So that'd be the passenger who works the computer. They're the ones who are primarily doing the interviews of the main person, taking down notes and writing the reports, while the driver is responsible for driving and everything with the car. The jump man will work the radio generally, while the driver works the lights and sirens.
Okay. And that's a common practice?
Yes.
And that's determined between the partners in the car that day?
Correct. There's nothing set in policy or procedure. It's just an unspoken thing.
Okay. And is there, can individual officers request to work with the same person
They can.
routinely?
Yes.
And do some officers get assigned to the same area every shift?
Yes.
And Have you done that where you've routinely worked in the same area?
Yes.
And you've done that at Warren?
Yes.
And do you become very familiar with that area that you're working?
I do.
And that in regards to, you don't need to know street signs, you know which direction to go, where addresses might be the quickest way to get to them?
Correct.
Okay. And you know where the stop signs are, the stoplights are, anything of that nature, correct?
Yes.
And do you usually work the night shift when you're on patrol?
Absolutely.
Okay. Have you ever worked the day shift in Warren?
Yes.
Okay. Have you noticed the traffic is different between the day shift and the night shift?
Very different.
What's the difference?
Just a lot of traffic during business hours. Just a lot of businesses and people commuting. So it's heavier traffic during the day, and by night it's significantly less.
Okay. What about between the hours of like 3 and 5 a.m.? What is the traffic like?
Very next to none.
Now, on this night, did you, because this incident happens around 5 o'clock in the morning, did you note the level of traffic in the area that you remember?
I don't remember seeing cars at all, really.
It was pretty low traffic.
Right. At least where I was coming off of, it's Topher. It's pretty dim. You can see all the way through East Point and all the way almost to Groesbeck, and I don't remember seeing. I mean, I'm sure there was some cars that passed by, but nothing that stood out.
Let me ask you this question. How familiar are you with the in-car cameras, the cameras in the vehicle that do the recording, your dash cams?
I mean, I guess to the level that they show us how they operate.
Okay. Do you watch dash cam videos?
Yes.
Okay. And you've watched your dash cam videos?
Yes.
Have you seen where your dash cam doesn't capture what you actually see with your eye?
Yes.
It doesn't capture everything, correct?
Correct.
So just because something's not on the dash cam doesn't mean that you didn't personally observe it.
Correct.
Now, on this, let's back. Mr. Newman asked you about policy and asked you about the flock policy, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you said that it was to moderate speeds unless there's supporting information, correct?
Correct.
So we look at the totality of the circumstances of a flock hit and making the determination,
Yes.
whether to use moderate or high,
Yes.
right? Because the policy says high,
Correct.
correct? Do you know the definition of what your policy is, what the definition of a pursuit is?
I mean, I probably couldn't do it verbatim, but it's the attempt.
If I showed you the policy, would that refresh your recollection?
Yeah, I mean, if I were to read it for the recite, I know the gist of it, but
Okay. Well, if you want to give it a shot, then we'll go.
I'll definitely give it a shot. But
Okay.
for a pursuit, it'd be the fleeing violator has to be actively trying to avoid being apprehended by the police putting on a stop.
So, if I understand what you're saying is that a cruiser would have to pull in behind that car,
Correct.
activate its emergency lights,
Correct.
and then that vehicle would actively flee the law enforcement.
Yep. And
That-
says about increasing speeds or other violations. So they have to
And
be
that's
actively
what it
avoiding.
clarifies as a pursuit.
Correct.
Have you conducted traffic stops?
I have.
And when you do those traffic stops, immediately when you observe the violation, do you turn on your emergency lights?
No.
Why not?
Depends whether it's safe to stop there, if there's information that needs to be verified, if I'm waiting for backup. Just it's highly circumstantial.
If you were to observe a stolen vehicle that you see, would you just, as soon as you see it, immediately activate your emergency lights?
No.
What would you do?
I would analyze it too. Was there any supporting information with it being stolen? That's after confirming it's actually stolen, and then call for backup. Plenty of times we follow a stolen vehicle and wait till there's additional units in the area because stolen vehicles tend to flee.
Okay. If the vehicle is a distance in front of you, would you attempt to catch up to that vehicle?
I would.
Would you want to verify that that is the vehicle, in fact, that is the subject of the flock hit?
Yes.
And once you got caught up to that vehicle, would you immediately activate your emergency lights?
No.
Why not?
Again, that safety goes out the window. Not making sure what you have in front of you, and you got to be able to do it safely, especially if it's a stolen vehicle, where they could be armed, they could be dangerous. We don't know how many people are in that vehicle either. Especially in my role with an FTO car, I would never have a solo officer do it, but even with two, you don't know who's in that car, especially in the darkness of night. It could be 4 or 5 people.
Now, we talk about the totality of circumstances and speeds and what can be a moderate speed and what different speeds are. Is when you're trying to catch up to a vehicle that is, you believe or has been identified that might be that stolen vehicle, are you going to drive the speed limit?
No.
Are you going to drive faster than the speed limit?
Yes.
Are you going to drive a speed necessary to catch up to that car?
Yes.
And based on that, would you have activated your emergency lights during that time, catching up to that car?
Circumstantial, but at times, no.
Okay. So on this day, what time did you report for work? What time did you show up? I know your shift starts at 8, but what time did you show up?
Show up to work,
Yes.
like to get ready. I'm sure around 7:30.
Okay. And do you check your equipment before you go to briefing?
Oh yeah, every day.
Roll call, I guess
Yes.
it's called. Okay. And you do that for safety reasons.
Correct.
Okay. And so then you go to roll call at 8?
Yes.
And is roll call done in, like, you walk up, you talk to one individual, and they tell you, and then the next officer walks in, and then they brief you, or how does the briefing happen?
It's just a group sitting, so the whole shift will be sitting in a room, and then whoever's in charge of the shift, our commander for the day, will give out assignments, let us know what to be on the lookout for, any pertinent information, things we need to do.
And is there a hierarchy in the department in regards to patrol officers, you said command officers, but is there a hierarchy as to who's on that shift?
Of course, like the command officers, that covers a group of our supervision, which could be either the lieutenant of the shift or the sergeants underneath him.
Okay. And anyone give that briefing?
Any one of the command officers, yeah.
Okay. And sometimes do multiple command officers say different stuff?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Now, I want to talk about this briefing on this day, September 29th, the day before the accident. Do you remember that briefing,
No.
generally?
I remember information being brought up about the ATM theft crew, and I had received that information about the North Warren, Sterling Heights, but I don't remember a lot of the specifics.
If I remember correctly, what you said is that the briefing you received about the ATMs was involving a crew that was using Dodge Durangos and/or Jeep Cherokees, right?
Yeah, the crew is confirmed to be in a Durango before. They had multiple stolen vehicles targeting the Dodge products, particularly the SUVs, because they were taking ATMs. The week before that, we had constant briefings because they were a problem in the Tri-County area, and then specifically they had hit multiple times in the city of Warren.
And was there information about the time of day that these operations or these criminals were hitting the area?
They operated around that slow time when people aren't out, which is the early morning hours.
And that was specifically relayed?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you stated that there wasn't a plate number, but that they were using stolen vehicles in regards to that, correct?
Right. There could have been a plate number, to be honest. I probably wrote it down in a notebook 2 years ago. I don't know where that's at, but I just remember the information regarding the type of vehicles, what we're looking for in the area.
Okay. And this briefing kind of stands out in your mind due to the circumstances that happened?
Yes.
Okay. So we talk about where you're at, and you're at a house on Topher, correct?
It's somewhere in that area.
Somewhere
Yeah.
on Topher, east of Shaner,
Correct.
correct? When you get the flock hit, it comes out over the radio, correct?
Yes,
When
sir.
you hear it?
Yes.
Okay. And the recording says that that notification by the radio happens at 5:46 and 37 seconds, is what the dispatch recording is.
Okay.
Did you, once you got into the car, did you personally pull up and look at the flock hit on the computer?
I don't believe I did. To start staging the FTO program, Officer Neese has control of the computer, so he may have done that. I don't remember the specifics. I knew that there was some urgency behind that specific flock hit.
Why was that?
Because that vehicle, at bare minimum, was stolen the day of our shift that started on the 29th, earlier in the afternoon. We had that information when it got in, and the information we received with the suspects for the ATM theft ring were in Northern Warren and in Sterling Heights when the vehicle was just stolen from Sterling Heights.
So you were informed when you arrived that the vehicle, this Jeep, was stolen that same day?
Correct.
Okay. And were you informed about any concerns or officer safety concerns with this stolen vehicle?
The vehicle in particular, when the flak hit came out, was that there was 2 firearms in the vehicle. For the ATM theft crew, they were known to be armed. There's surveillance footage with them holding firearms at gas stations, the suspects on social media, and they were also suspects in a armed robbery.
So there was a heightened level of concern relayed to you at this briefing.
Absolutely.
And when you look at the totality of the circumstances, is that why it was referred to as speed walking? You walked briskly from the house to your patrol car?
Oh, yes. Even we were like wrapping up the call, and I was like, we have to go. There was definitely a sense of urgency to respond to this one.
Is that based on all the information you had?
Yes.
If this would have just been a, hey, stolen car, be on the lookout for a stolen car flocked here, would you have put the same urgency on it?
No.
So as your urgency is getting into this car, what is your thought process? You're trying to get to intercept this, correct?
Correct.
Intercept this car?
Correct.
And you believe it's coming southbound on Shaner.
Correct.
Now, how many times have you used a flock hit comes in, correct?
Yep.
And you compare the time that's on the flock hit that comes into the computer with the dispatch that comes over the radio.
Yeah, there's a delay sometimes.
Okay. So it's not the flock hit that shows up on the computer would be more reliable in regards to time than the dispatch that's coming out.
Sure, they receive notifications the same way that we do. It's going to be the reader's going to send a notification to a system and pops up to our computer the same way it pops up to theirs. So they could be occupied, or they could be doing numerous things I don't know, but then they have to pick up the mic and voice that. So
if you were in your car, your cruiser at that point in time, and the flock hit while you were in your car, you would have seen it in real time, the same time the dispatchers were seeing it.
if it's working as intended, yes.
Okay. And after you hear that dispatch, as you said, you let Anise was working the computer inside the car, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever attempt to verify that whether the vehicle was stolen or not?
Dispatch did that for us.
Okay. And that was the rest of the radio transmissions we heard, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So what's your procedure then was to head to Shaner,
Yes.
correct? And you're looking for the car.
Correct.
This flock hit involving this Jeep could have gone any direction, correct?
Correct.
When you reach the intersection of Topher and Shaner, do you instruct Anise what to do, or do you let him make the decision as to what's going to happen?
I think I just told him to hold up when he got to Shaner, but he was in control. He made the call. I think we weren't there for long, but the thing with flock is, other than judging by cameras, we don't know how fast they're going. Like you said, if they turn off on a side street, and with there being very light to little vehicular traffic, it was just more strategic, I thought, to just sit and wait.
And working in your nights and working night shift, have you worked most of your career on the nights?
Yes.
Are you able to somewhat identify vehicles based on their taillights
Yes.
and based on what their make and model might be from observations of their taillights?
Absolutely.
And based on that, when you turn, or when Officer Anise turned south onto Shaner, you said that you had heard the radio call from Officer Burke at that intersection?
Correct.
And do you know how long it was between the time that Officer Burke went through the intersection at Topher and Shaner and that you arrived at Topher and Shaner?
No.
Okay. So you never saw Officer Burke go past you.
I did not.
Did you see any other vehicles go southbound on Shaner prior to you turning south on Shaner?
I don't think so.
Now, when you arrived on scene, you said that you had to shut off the siren.
Correct.
Which siren were you speaking of?
The one in the patrol vehicle with me and Officer News.
So you had your siren on?
Yeah, I don't know if it was accidentally turned on or like when he turned the lights on in the middle of the road and he got out of the car quickly. Like the newer ones will shut off the siren, but for whatever reason the siren went on when he got out of the car, so I reached back in to turn it off so I could hear.
Were the emergency lights in your car activated prior to you seeing the accident?
No.
Okay. So your emergency lights, at the time you're trying to locate this stolen vehicle, you did not turn your emergency lights on.
Correct. The lights were turned on after just for the traffic control because of the accident.
Why didn't you turn your lights on the second you started driving around looking for the stolen vehicle?
Because then the stolen vehicle would see me.
And when you arrived on scene, you turned your emergency lights on for traffic control and then shut your vehicle siren off.
Correct.
Just one moment, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Mr. Newman?
Thank you.
When you were responding down Topher, and we saw it on the video, were you going 100 plus miles per hour?
No, it was not.
No. Were you exceeding the speed limit by a little bit, though?
I couldn't say.
You were not driving, correct?
I wasn't
So you
driving.
didn't have access to the speedometer, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right. When when you are looking for this particular stolen vehicle, did you ever see this particular stolen vehicle yourself?
No.
And at any point in time, did anyone call out over the radio that they had located that vehicle?
No.
So to your knowledge, no one was actually in pursuit of that vehicle, correct?
Correct.
When you got to Topher and Shaner, do you recall, when did you speed up?
I believe it was right after the radio transmission
Okay. The radio transmission of what?
of Officer Burke saying he was in an accident.
Okay. So it was only after the accident that you and Officer Anis's vehicle sped up with more urgency, correct?
That's how I recall. I don't know if
Okay.
he observed anything, but it happened like
All right.
that for me.
Sure. Do you recall when you left your previous run, did you ever check the computer to confirm any information through the flock system?
I don't believe I did. But it's at that point in the FTO program, Officer Anis would be in control of the computer as
Okay.
well when trying to do solo operations, so
All right.
he may have, but I don't remember.
Okay. When you got into the vehicle, when you got into the police vehicle, did you pull off right away?
I think that's how I remember it. I think
Okay.
so.
All right. And do you recall, was Officer Anis on the computer as he was driving down Topher?
I don't think so.
Okay. So as you're going down Topher, if Anis wasn't on the computer and you didn't check the computer, you're going based on only the information that's given to you over the dispatch, correct? Through the BOLO.
Correct.
Okay. You indicated that on cross-examination that you will exceed the speed limit as a police officer under certain circumstances, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything that prevents a police officer, whether you're when you're driving a police vehicle, is there anything that prevents a police officer from flipping on their lights when there are other cars in the area to warn them that they are in the area?
They physically know outside of a malfunction, but then there's circumstances where
Right.
you would deliberately not.
Okay, right. Let me ask you, but is there anything preventing an officer from flipping on their lights if there's traffic in the area but no stolen vehicle in the area?
If I guess it's just circumstantial. Like if they believe that the vehicle is within sight or in front of them, if activating emergency lights gives away that element of surprise
Okay.
with potentially armed subjects,
Right.
then you wouldn't.
Okay. Why would an officer flip on their lights when there's other traffic in the area? Not related to the stolen vehicle.
Just at any time,
Correct.
just to alert of the presence of the emergency vehicle.
All right. And why would you want to do that?
You would hope that people get out of the way and allow the emergency vehicle to go through and to do so safely.
Okay. Because you want to do so safely without. Do you want to hurt the other people on the road?
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
Go ahead.
Using the lights and sirens, it's to make sure you get everyone's attention. So that way, like I said, people can get out of the way for an emergency vehicle, because if there's an emergency going on, the police may be going faster than the speed limit. They may be just doing driving that wouldn't be deemed safe if other vehicles were around and not aware of it.
Thank you.
Anything based on that?
Yes. So we're talking, the prosecutor asked you about flipping your lights on and alert oncoming traffic, and you said that it would depend, and if I remember, the circumstances, whether there's anything to stop them from deliberately turning the lights on, and you started to say that the circumstances would dictate, and I don't think you had a chance to finish your answer, as far as to why an officer with oncoming traffic might physically have the ability to turn the lights on, but would not.
Yeah.
What would those circumstances be?
There could be a bunch, like if there's traffic ahead of you, that would slow down because of your lights and prevent you from getting in that car. Just if that suspect vehicle would be able to see your lights as well. If you haven't closed that gap, they could take that opportunity to just, flee before you're even in a position to apprehend them. A lot of things, and then just from tactics, if these are offenders that want to take it to the extreme and they don't have backup and things like that, you exercise safety the other way too, is you don't want to start an unfair fight, even on our side.
So you would look at the totality of the circumstances and what you're actually responding to or trying to do before making that decision.
Absolutely.
And there are times where you would and times where you would not, but it depends on those circumstances.
Yes.
Thank you. Hold on just one second. The prosecutor asked you about speed. Are there times where you have done, in this case, trying to catch up to a vehicle without your lights on, where you've done 70 miles an hour,
Yes.
80 miles an hour,
Yes.
90 miles an hour?
Probably.
Okay. Thank
set? Thank you. You may step down.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, your next witness.
Thank you. People are calling Officer Anthony Napoli, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm gonna ask the jury, we're all gonna stand up for a 7th inning stretch while we get witness, since it's after lunch and we all want to stay awake. Okay, you may be seated. Come on up. Before you sit down, raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and the truth, so be that.
Yes, ma'am.
Have a seat. You're under oath. Please spell your name for us.
Officer Anthony Napoli, first name Anthony, common spelling, last name Napoli, N like Nancy, A-P-O-L-I.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Newman.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah.
Officer, how long have you been a police officer, sir?
Approximately 7.5 years.
Okay. And how long have you been a police officer with the City of Warren?
About 4 years.
Okay. And where were you a police officer before that?
Macomb County Sheriff.
Okay. And I want to take you, well, let me ask you, do you know an individual by the name of Officer James Burke?
Yes,
Okay. And do you see him in the courtroom today?
I do.
Okay.
Your Honor, we will stipulate to identification, thus that way the officer doesn't have to point out a fellow officer.
So noted.
So no, thank you. And how long have you known Officer James Burke?
Approximately 15 years.
Okay. So you knew Officer Burke prior to working with the Warren Police Department?
Yes,
Okay. And how did you first come to know Officer Burke?
in high school.
All right. And so eventually, though, you ended up at the same police department.
Correct.
Okay. I want to take you back to the date of November 29th, November 30th of 2024. Do you remember, obviously, an incident that occurred back on that date that brings you
Yeah.
here to court?
Yes.
Okay. Were you working on that particular date?
Yes.
Okay. What was your job responsibilities on that particular date?
Being a police officer, so responding to runs, conducting traffic stops.
Okay. So you were a patrol officer?
Correct.
Okay. Were you working with a partner on that date?
Correct.
Who was that?
Officer Paiseki.
Isaki. All right. And on that particular date, do you recall as you were working on patrol with Officer Paiseki, were you the driver of your vehicle or were you the passenger?
I was the driver.
Okay. And on that particular date, do you recall prior to, I guess, beginning your shift or at the beginning of your shift, being briefed? Do you get briefings about various activities and criminal activity that has been occurring in the city of Warren?
Yeah.
All right. And were you a part of that briefing that we've heard about that involved an ATM theft ring, if you were? There had been several ATM thefts in Warren?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And that was something that had been brought to your attention by supervisors at the Warren Police Department?
Correct.
Okay. When you're given that type of information, is that something you just kind of take note of in your head and so that you're vigilant when you're out on patrol?
Yes.
Okay. When you went out on patrol on this particular date, do you recall a dispatch involving a flock hit of a stolen vehicle?
Yes.
And it was around 4:56, 4:57 a.m. Sorry.
Yeah.
All right. Do you recall that?
Yeah. I don't recall the exact time, but approximately around that time.
Okay.
Sure.
All right. And do you recall when you received that flock hit and you received that over a dispatch radio? Was it? Okay. When you received that information over the dispatch radio, what information do you recall was given to you?
That there was a flock hit for a stolen dark colored Jeep Cherokee.
Okay. All right. And did you have a location where that flock hit had occurred?
Yeah, so the location was in the beginning at 10 and Shaner.
Okay.
And then dispatch also advised that there were 2 stolen guns inside of that vehicle.
Okay. All right. And was there additional information given with regards to a second location where that vehicle also hit on a flock camera?
Yes.
And where was that?
That was at Shaner and Grosbeck.
Okay. And so were you out on patrol on the streets at that point in time
I wasn't
when
physically
those
on-
dispatches went out?
No, I was at the station.
You were at the station at the time.
Yeah.
Okay. Were you there with your partner at that point in time?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us, when you got that dispatch and you heard those, what did you do?
So when we heard the dispatch saying the flock hit, my partner and myself then walked down to our parking structure in the garage where our patrol vehicle was at. Got into our car, drove through the garage, waited for the garage door to open up, exited our garage. Once we got on common, we started heading to that direction.
To that direction, okay. And the station, what direction is that from Shaner and Grosbeck?
Northwest.
Okay. All right. So your intention is to start heading northwest towards that location?
Well, I would be heading south.
I'm sorry. You're right.
It is opposite,
Right.
yeah.
Okay.
From the
Gotcha.
look- yeah.
Right. Okay. So you start heading that way. And what was the purpose for heading that way?
To investigate the flock
Okay.
of the stolen vehicle that hit.
All right. And so at that point, you were just going to try and see if you could locate that vehicle, was it?
Yes.
All right. Okay. At that time, were you aware that there were also other police vehicles on patrol that may also be responding to that particular information?
Yes.
Were you aware that Officer Burke was working on that night as well?
Yes.
When you began to respond to that area, you said you were on Common Road. How far is that from the police station?
The police station is on Common Road.
Okay. So you were right on
So I was-
the road.
Yep.
Okay. And as you're driving down Common Road, what happened?
Then we heard that there was an accident.
Okay. How did you hear that there was an accident?
Through a radio transmission, they said it was a 1050
Okay. What does 1050 mean?
vehicle accident.
A vehicle accident. Okay. All right. Sorry, logging out. One second. Okay, well, while that's loading, I'll um, I want to play for you play for you, starting at Exhibit 1F.
September 30, 2024, 4:57:50 a.m. Just hit southbound Shaner and Rosebuck again.
You just testified you recall that particular dispatch?
Yeah.
Okay. Playing Exhibit 1G.
September 30, 2024, 4:59:39 a.m. Service here.
Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recognize the whose voice that is?
Yes.
Who is that?
It's Officer Burke.
Okay. All right. And were you able to tell what he said?
He said 1050 Shaner, and I can't make out the last word he said.
All right. Okay.
September
We're playing
30,
Exhibit 1H.
2024, 4:59:42 a.m. Sherman Center.
Okay. Was that the dispatcher?
That's our dispatcher.
Okay. And could you make out what she said?
Yes.
What was that?
Sherman and Shaner.
Sherman and Shaner. Okay. Are you familiar with Sherman and Shaner?
Yes.
Okay. Where is that in relationship to Shaner and Prospect Street?
I just know that it's south of, I believe, south of Topher. I don't know if it's right next to Prospect. It might be, but I'm not familiar 100% on what street's north or south of it.
You don't remember the order of the street?
Correct.
That's, okay.
September 30,
Exhibit 1I.
2024, 4:59:45 a.m.
Were you able to make that out?
Yes.
What was that?
You want to, it said David Eleven's with him.
David 11 is with him. Okay. And so David 11, is that I guess a call sign for another unit?
Correct.
Another police unit?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Do you know who David 11 was on that particular morning?
I don't recall exactly who they were.
All right. Now, after hearing that it was called out about the 1050, what did you do?
Started heading that way,
All right.
driving a little bit faster than I would just to get there safely.
All right. Okay. And when you got to that location, what did you observe?
I observed a patrol vehicle that was involved in an accident in the middle of Shaner, and then a white Durango that was on its side.
Okay. And so when you came upon the scene and observed that, what did you do?
I immediately rushed up to the Durango and assisted other officers with extracting one of the victims out of the sunroof.
Okay. And when you came upon that scene by the Durango there, did you see Officer Burke there at that point?
As soon as I got on scene, I didn't really remember what officer I saw first. I just know that there was an accident and I was immediately rendering aid.
Okay. All right. And so did you, in fact, help pull one of the individuals out of the Durango?
Yes.
Okay. When you did that, then what did you do?
I got the guy out of the vehicle, and then I walked Officer Burke to like the sidewalk, like curb of the.
Okay. All right. And when you walked Officer Burke over to the curb, why did you do that?
Just to get him away from the scene.
Okay. All right. And when you walked him over away kind of from that scene, were there any other officers there with you?
I don't recall who was around me at that time.
Okay. All right. And do you recall talking to Officer Burke at that point in time?
I don't recall what we were having a conversation about.
Okay. Do you remember what Officer Burke was doing as you were standing there talking with him?
No.
No. Okay. But you do remember standing, talking with him, trying to kind of get him away from the scene.
Yeah, and then I observed that he had some lacerations on his arm. So
Okay.
then I was going into the trunk of patrol cars to get a first aid kit.
Okay. All right. And so you left him at some point to go do that?
Correct.
All right. Now, as you were standing by the curb before you went to go get the first aid kit, if you saw well, let me ask you this: were you wearing a body-worn camera video system at that point in time?
Yes.
Okay. And have you had an opportunity to review that body camera video?
Not recently, no.
Not recently, but at some point, have you?
Yeah, probably over like a year ago.
Okay.
So a long
All right.
time.
Okay. All right. If you saw that particular video, would that help to refresh your memory as to what the defendant was saying to you and what he was doing as you were there standing with him?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Back on the record, People versus Burke, 2025-2242 FH. Bring in the jury. Oh, back on the record, People versus Burke, 2025-2242 FH. The jury is coming in. And you can come back up. Sorry.
All rise for the jury.
Officer Nicole, sorry about that. You guys can sit. Okay, you may be seated. And go ahead, Mr. Name.
Thank you. Okay, officer, when we left off, I had asked you if you recalled what the defendant did, what he said, when you kind of pulled him aside and tried to, get him calm
Right.
at that point. Okay. Do you recall what he did when he came and you were face to face with him and you were trying to do that?
No.
No. Okay. I'm going to move to admit People's Exhibit number 11, which is the body cam for Officer Napoli.
Napoli. No.
Okay. All right.
Any objection?
No objection.
It's admitted.
And I've got it queued up for the record to time of 5 minutes 4 seconds. 5:04 a.m. and 33 seconds for the record. I'm going to play this for you, sir, and then I'll have some questions for you.
Officer, passenger. You're good. Hey, have a seat. Sit down. I know. Sit down. I know. I got you. You're fine. Sit down. We got you. He's fine. He's good. Sit down. I got you. Let's go to my car. Come on. Breathe. Take a breath. You're good.
Okay. So you recognize that video?
Yeah.
Okay. And was that your body cam video from the date of this incident?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I want to go back to around the beginning of the video portion that I played.
You're good. Hey, have a seat. Sit down. I know. Sit down.
The individual that's right in front of you at that point in the video, who is that?
That's Burke. Officer Burke.
Officer Burke, okay. And your body-worn camera, where is that located on your body as it's recording this video?
Right here.
Okay. In fact, you have one on now.
I don't have the camera on.
You don't have
no.
the camera on now, but that's the location where it would be attached to?
Yeah.
Okay, for the record, the witness stood up and pointed to kind of right around the sternum area, would it be?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. And I want to show you.
Sit down. I know. I got you. You're fine. Sit down. We got you. He's fine. He's good. Sit down.
Okay. Pausing it at 5:05:01. Okay. What was Burke doing at that point in time?
I don't know.
Okay.
Touching onto me.
All right. That his hand is located where though on your body?
Around like my belly button area.
Okay. That was that the body worn camera that the hand is at?
It's near it. I don't know if it's on it.
Okay. All right. And do you hear what Officer Burke said just as he was putting his hand in that area? Were you able to hear that?
No.
No. Okay. I want you to listen for what he says to you.
Sit down. Sit down. Sit down. I know. Sit down. Sit down. Sit down. Sit down. Sit down. Sit down. I know. I got you. I got you. You're fine. Sit down. Sit down. We got you. We got you. He's fine. He's good. Sit down.
Did you hear that?
No.
Okay.
I heard mumbling.
All right. You're not able to make out what that is yourself?
No. I
Okay.
can't.
All right. When Officer Burke is reaching or touching you in that area, what are you doing at that time?
I'm trying to have him have a seat.
Okay.
Because he was just involved in that bad accident.
Right.
And
Okay.
he wasn't stable.
Right. Okay. When you say he wasn't stable, meaning on his feet he wasn't
He
very
was-
stable?
Okay. He was swaying. I'm not a doctor, but it possibly looked like he was concussed.
Okay. Right. Okay. Okay. I want to take you to a little bit later in the video and ask you a couple questions. Okay. Beginning the video at 5:06:05. All right. Do you recognize like where you are kind of at this point?
Just by a patrol car.
All right. Was this then after you had walked? Well, did you walk with Burke away from where we just saw over towards a patrol vehicle?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good. I got you. I got you, buddy. I got you. I got you.
Okay. Again, did you see the individual that's across from you that's touching the area right here on your body, your sternum area?
Yeah.
Okay. Was that Officer Burke again?
Yeah.
Okay.
One right here, but right.
Now, the video is silent for a period of time. Do you know why it was silent?
Must have been talk about some personal stuff.
Okay.
I don't know what we were talking about though.
Did you turn your camera or the audio off on the camera?
I muted it, yes.
Hey, he's gotta go. Go to right. say a word and no vote. Good. All right?
Okay, is that your voice?
Yeah.
Okay. And what did you say to Officer Burke?
Don't say a word.
Okay. And I'm going to go to going forward to 5:11:48 in the video. Oh, sorry. $5:11:47 in the video.
Don't be talking to nobody. Don't talk to nobody.
Is that your voice again?
Yep.
All right. And what were you telling Burke at that point?
Not to talk to anybody.
So you stayed with Burke through that entire period of time, correct?
Not the entire time, no.
Other than, I think you said you went and got some first aid.
Yeah, I stepped away several times to look in different trunks for first aid kits.
Okay. All right. And then at this point, after speaking with him, what did you do?
After I was done speaking with him,
Correct, at the scene, correct.
then my partner and I got in the car and escorted the ambulance to the hospital.
Okay. All right. Which ambulance? Do you know?
I don't know. It's a Warren Fire Department.
Okay.
I don't know the exact one. But
I guess, bad question. The ambulance that you transported, do you know who was being transported in that ambulance?
yes,
Who was that?
that was Officer Rodolfo.
Okay. All right. So you assisted, then you went and assisted transporting
Correct.
Officer Rodolfo by ambulance.
Yes, I was in my
In your
car.
police car, though?
Yes.
Okay. Gotcha. You helped with stopping traffic for the ambulance?
Yes.
Okay. Did you return to the scene at any point after that?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Anything further?
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. David.
Good afternoon, Officer Napoli.
Hello.
My name is Jerry Faber. I'm one of Officer Burke's attorneys.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so 7.5 years as a police officer,
Correct.
the past 4 years with Warren.
Yes.
And the area that we've been discussing throughout the bulk of this trial thus far has been basically the same district in Warren,
Yes.
along Shaner.
Correct.
Okay. Is that your standard district?
Yes, that's the city. Yeah.
So back in September of 24, was that your beat?
That was not my beat. No.
Okay.
That was not my patrol area.
Okay. Where was your patrol area at that time?
I was in the north end car, so north of 11 Mile.
Okay. What about in the years since?
Yep, that's my patrol area.
Where we're basically where we're focused on here. Would you consider this among the higher crime areas of Warren?
Yes.
And every officer that patrols that area is aware of the heightened criminal activity there?
Correct.
Okay. And you were at the station when the first flock hit came out?
Yes.
And you were there for the briefing, correct?
Correct.
the evening before at 8 p.m.?
Yes.
So you learned that the focus of that hearing was this, what was referred to as the ATM crew,
Correct.
but it was more than just theft of ATMs, correct?
Correct.
There was violent crime involved in this crew.
Yes.
In addition to stolen cars, there was an armed robbery.
Correct.
There was video of these suspects at gas stations displaying firearms.
Yes.
And the timing that a lot of that criminal activity by this crew occurred around the time that this incident unfolded on the 30th.
Yes.
And you were aware of that.
Yes.
And you were aware that vehicles similar to the Bolo were frequently used by this crew, Chrysler, but also specifically Jeeps.
Correct.
And all of that you had in mind when you got that Bolo hit, correct?
Correct.
It wasn't just stolen car,
Correct.
right? And that's why you decided to leave headquarters, and that's at 12th to Van Dyke.
Yes.
So you're miles away from where that flock hit was.
Yes.
And you knew that there were other patrol units much closer to that location than you.
Yeah.
But that's why you and Officer Pisecki left the
Correct.
station and started heading in that direction.
Exactly.
Okay. You were driving,
Yes.
and so it was you and Officer Pisecki in the same vehicle?
Correct.
And as a police officer, you've had significant training on how to drive vehicles under extreme conditions, correct?
Yes.
Things that the average citizen just does not get exposed to.
Correct.
In your years as a police officer, not just in Warren, you had occasion to exceed the speed limit, correct?
Yes.
Even significantly exceed the speed limit,
Correct.
right? To a point that would be to a citizen would be beyond the scope of what would be acceptable behavior.
Yes.
Okay, but not for a police officer that's properly trained.
Correct.
And on those occasions, if the strategy mandated it, you would make the decision on whether or not to activate your lights and
Correct.
siren.
Correct.
There's a lot of circumstances where you would be responding to a certain location, maybe for a breaking and entering, or to intercept a target vehicle, that it would be unwise strategically to activate your lights.
Correct.
Question.
It's a leading question.
It's a very long question. Can you try and?
I'll
More question form, please.
right.
Thanks.
There are times, correct, where it is strategic to not activate your lights
Correct.
and siren,
Correct.
even if you're significantly exceeding the speed limit.
Yes.
You had occasions in your past where if you alerted a potential suspect to your approach, there's been times in your career where they have successfully evaded you because of that alert, correct?
Correct.
The areas where you patrol, over time you learn them like the back of your hand, don't you?
Yes.
Where all the traffic signals are, all the stop signs,
Yep.
streets. If you hear a street that's broadcast over dispatch, you don't need to pull out a map to go to that location, right?
Right.
And you know the fastest route to that location, correct?
Yes.
You've worked at night, I believe was the testimony with the prosecutor.
Yes.
A significant portion of your career at night,
Yeah, most of my career, even at Macomb County.
and you've dealt with a lot of traffic stops and searches for stolen cars and things involving identification of vehicles, correct?
Yes.
So you become good, just like I would say the average officer, at identifying vehicles at night simply because of the shape of and format of taillights and headlights.
Yes.
Again, I'm going to object and ask that. There's no question. It's just statements and then he's agreeing.
I think that's the definition of leading questions, which is completely proper under cross-examination.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Napoli, when you arrived at Sherman and Shaner after the collision, Officer Burke was in shock. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Based on your observations of him, based on you knowing him for the past 15 years?
Yeah.
Okay. He was mumbling. I think that was clear from your body cam video.
Yes.
He was unstable on his feet. He had trouble walking. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
The prosecutor pointed to a couple of points where you muted your camera. Okay. Was that done for a nefarious purpose? Was that done for a wrongful purpose?
No.
Is it fairly routine when you're having conversations with not just a fellow officer, but a friend who has just been in a horrific accident? Under circumstances like that, would it be uncommon to mute your microphone?
No, we're not.
When you were heard on the video saying, "Don't say a word," let me ask you this. Have you been involved yourself in a critical incident like an officer-involved shooting?
No.
Do you know officers who have?
Yes.
Have you received training on a protocol if somebody is involved in a critical incident?
Yes.
Does that protocol almost mandate no statements made until the FOP can be involved, or perhaps counsel?
Yes.
And in fact, there's even statements that the department might mandate, but those like Garrity statements, you're familiar with that?
Yes.
By policy, those do not.
Okay, there's got to be some more of a question in here than you're assuming he understands Garrity, so you might want to ask some questions to lay a little foundation for that.
All right. Have you received training in what to do if you're involved in an officer-involved shooting?
Yes.
What is the policy regarding statements made in the moments immediately after a critical incident?
I'm not object to the relevance of policies and protocols for officer-involved shootings. This has nothing to do with this case.
I said critical incident, and as an example, I said officer-involved shooting.
I'll let a small leeway, we don't want to get into all of that, but I'll give you some leeway into specifically this incident at that time.
What are you trained to do if you're involved in a critical incident in terms of making a statement?
To not speak to anybody until you're with your union rep.
Why did you tell Officer Burke to not speak?
Because he was just involved in a bad accident, so he wasn't in the right state of mind, so I just wanted to remind him to not talk to anybody.
Were you attempting to hide something?
No.
One moment. I have no further questions. Thank you, officer.
Mr. Newman, anything else?
At the time that you received the be on the lookout and left the station to go search for this vehicle, did you have any information specific to that vehicle that's the subject of the flock hit, that it had been in any type of involved in any type of violent crime prior to that date or that crash?
Nope, the only info we had was the vehicle was stolen with 2 stolen guns inside of it.
Okay. All right.
That specific vehicle.
Correct. Okay. And So at that time that you received that information, at that time, did you know for certain that this exact stolen vehicle was a part of that ATM crew?
I did not know exactly it was them.
Right. You'd agree, well, let me ask. As a patrol officer, is it commonplace during your shift to get flock hits for various stolen vehicles?
Not recently, no.
Okay. All right. But it happens, correct?
That we get flock hits for stolen vehicles,
Correct.
yes.
Okay. All right. And when you get flock hits, have you responded to other stolen vehicle calls for flock hits as well?
Yes.
All right. And have you responded to flock hits for Jeep Grand Cherokees before?
Yes.
Okay. Dodge Durangos before?
Yes.
Lots of other types of vehicles, I assume, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you worked the, I'm sorry, your shift began about 8 p.m. usually?
Yes.
Until when usually?
8 a.m.
8 p.m. to 8 a.m. How long had you been working that shift?
For 4 years.
For 4 years, okay. And so those flock hits that you would have been responding to were all in that time frame between 8 p.m. and 8 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Okay, a lot of them would have been in that same time frame of 3 a.m. to 5 a.m. as well, correct?
Objection, Leo.
I'll rephrase.
Thank you.
Have you ever responded to flock hits between 3 and 5 a.m.
I responded to some, yes.
for stolen vehicles?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Nothing further.
Nothing else?
One
Go
question,
ahead.
Your Honor. Prosecutor said you didn't know for certain. Isn't that the nature of police work, to investigate?
Yes.
So when you're responding to a call, do you know anything really for certain until you get there? And
You're right. Yep. No, so I won't know anything until I get there.
so you looked at the totality of the circumstances when you made, is it fair to say that it was an assumption that this stolen Jeep could very well be involved in this ATM crew that you've been targeting as a department for so long?
Yes.
Nothing further.
You may step down. Your next witness, we're gonna stand again. Please for a minute. Just feel like it takes the next witness. Thank
And
you.
Your Honor, may we have a sidebar briefly?
Sure. You can be seated. I'll have you stand again in a minute. We're going to take a really short break.
All rise for the jury.
Who's next?
All rise for the jury.
You may be seated. Your next witness.
Again, give our phone Officer Paiseki.
Let's get this up here. Before you sit down, please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, Your Honor.
Have a seat. You're under oath. Please state and spell your name for us.
First name is Andrew. Last name is Paiseki. Piasecki.
Thank you.
Judge, can we have a sidebar for a second?
FH, People versus Burke. This is for the press. No cameras, no pictures, no video during the next witness. Got it?
Yes.
Thank you.
Names okay? No.
No names. Just, no. Content, fine. No names, no pictures, no video.
No audio, no nothing?
No.
Okay. I'm just gonna shoot the seal and turn the audio off.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And you can report, but no names, please. Back on the record, People versus Burke, 2025-2242 FH. Bring the jury in.
All rise for the jury.
Okay, be seated. Your next witness.
Before I'm calling Officer Rodolfo.
Thank you. The witness stand is over here. Before you sit down, please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, Your Honor.
Have a seat. You're on your oath. Please state and spell your name for us.
Officer Michael Rodolfo, Rodolfo.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Your name is Michael Rodolfo.
Correct.
Okay. And you're obviously a police officer. Who are you a police officer with, for the record?
Warren Police.
Okay. How long have you been with the Warren Police Department?
Around 4 years.
4 years? All right. And how long have you been a police officer in total?
9.
Where were you a police officer prior to Warren?
Macomb County Sheriff's Office.
Okay. So all the prior years were with the Sheriff's Office?
Correct.
Okay. Officer Rodolfo, I want to take you back to around the date of September 29th and September 30th. Obviously, you know why you're here, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Back on September 29th of 2024, were you working as a patrol officer for the City of Warren back on that date?
Yes, sir.
And when you're working as a patrol officer back on that date, did you have a partner?
Yes, sir.
All right. And who was that?
Officer James Burke.
Okay. How long had you been partners with James Burke prior to that date?
I would say around 2 years.
Okay. All right. So the two of you had gotten to know each other pretty well, I assume.
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you were working that particular day with Officer Rodolfo, were you on patrol in an assigned area within the City of Warren?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what area of Warren were you assigned to patrol on that particular date?
It'd be David area.
Okay. Can you kind of just describe what David area is?
It's the southeast quarter.
Southeast quarter?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And is that in the area of Shaner Road and Grossback, 8 Mile, 9 Mile Road?
Yes, sir.
That area?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Back on that date, do you recall? Well, let me ask you. Prior to this crash occurring, where were you?
What do you mean?
What area were you at patrolling when this incident first started or occurred?
The start of what?
Okay. Well, do you remember what happened prior to the crash on your shift that night?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. when you were patrolling that particular night, tell us just prior to the crash what had happened. What were you doing?
Patrolling.
Okay. All right. And what were you, did anything of any, did you receive any runs? Did you, what were you doing?
Patrolling, and we received a flock notification.
You received a flock notification. Okay. And what is a flock notification?
It alerts us about. It alerts us of stolen vehicles, high priority vehicles, anything sort of in that manner.
Sure. Okay. All right. And is this a camera system that's set up throughout the city of Warren?
Yes.
Okay. And it records license plates as they drive by the camera?
Correct.
Okay. And so on that date, you recall receiving a flock hit notification?
Yes.
Okay. When you receive a flock hit and were you in your police vehicle at that point in time?
Yes.
Right. And were you driving or were you the passenger in that vehicle at the time?
Passenger.
Right. And who was driving?
Officer James Burke.
As you are driving on patrol and you receive, how do you physically receive a flock alert?
It comes up on the computer system we have.
Okay, all right. How did you first become aware of that flock hit, though? Was there a dispatch regarding the flock hit?
Usually when they come out, that there will be a dispatch.
Okay.
To the flock hit as well.
All right. Do you recall the dispatch in this particular case?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that dispatch?
Be on the lookout for a stolen vehicle.
Okay. All right. And what other details about that stolen vehicle were given to you in that dispatch?
There are also 2 stolen guns in it.
Okay. You recall being made aware that there were 2 stolen guns taken with the vehicle at the time?
Correct.
Okay. All right. What else do you recall about that flock hit?
We also, after roll call, we had a discussion about.
Well, I'm not talking about roll call. I'm talking about the actual flock hit itself, okay?
Yeah.
All right. What other information was given just in the flock hit?
I believe that.
The dispatch. I'm sorry?
I'm not going to remember every detail the dispatch had.
Okay. All right. Okay. And so you received this flock dispatch. And so what did you do when you received that flock dispatch?
Headed towards the location.
Okay. Did you do any work on the computer to get any further information?
Yes.
Okay. So you were in the passenger seat of the vehicle?
Correct.
All right. And so was it one of your kind of primary responsibilities to work the computer as your partner was driving?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall, did you specifically go into the computer and look at information pertaining to this particular flock hit?
So I ran the vehicle in lean, which is obviously the law enforcement information network, to verify that it's stolen.
Okay.
I ran the vehicle in flock to get a picture of the vehicle in daylight so we know the exact color.
Okay. And what color was it?
If I remember correctly, it was like a darkish purple.
Okay. So a very
black.
dark color, though?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And anything else, do you recall?
I ran the vehicle in clear.
Okay. All right. Stop right there, please. When you ran it through the law enforcement information network to confirm that it's stolen, can you just generally describe what is that for the jury?
It'll say the date and time that the vehicle was stolen, and when it was entered.
Okay. When it was entered as stolen, when the report was entered as
Correct.
by the police agency?
Correct.
Okay. And do you recall when had that vehicle been reported stolen?
I believe it was the morning of, so the morning of the 29th.
The morning of the 29th, September 29th?
Correct.
Okay. And do you recall what time it was that you received that dispatch about the flock originally?
Around close to 5 a.m.
Okay. It was just before 5 a.m.?
Yeah.
All right. You don't know the exact time off the top of your head? Okay. Very good. And so that would have been actually on the morning of September 30th, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. When you looked up that information, then what did you and Officer Burke do?
Head towards the location.
You headed towards the location. Okay. Do you recall where you were, on what road you were on, and what direction you were going at the time that you received that flock hit
I believe
dispatch?
we were on 9 Mile, just east of Van Dyke.
Okay. All right. And are you familiar with 9 Mile and Federal?
Yes.
Okay. Was that the area that you were in?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a school that you're familiar with that's at the corner of Federal and 9 Mile?
Lincoln.
Okay. That's a high school, is it?
I think
Or is
they
it a
have
middle
all-
school?
I think they have all three right there.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. And so, as you get this dispatch, what direction are you traveling at that point in time?
Eastbound.
Eastbound. All right. And would that be going down 9 Mile towards Shaner Road?
Correct.
And when you proceed to go, where are you going to?
Towards Shaner.
Okay. And how do you know that that's where you're going?
The flock hit was at Shaner and 10 Mile. Southbound Shaner at 10 Mile.
All right. Did you communicate with Officer Burke with regards to where you wanted to go?
I believe so. I'm sure I did.
Okay. All right. Do you recall whether Officer Burke said anything to you about where you were going to go?
I'm sure we discussed it, yes.
Okay. You don't know specifically, though?
It probably just get to the area.
Okay. All right. And why did you want to get to that area?
To stop criminals.
Okay. Okay. Were you going to look for that vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall when you looked up that photo of the flock vehicle, the stolen vehicle, did you look at the actual time stamp on the actual photograph?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what time that was?
No, not from my memory.
Not from your memory, okay. Do you recall, was it sometime prior to you received the actual dispatch, though?
I think it's usually within 30 seconds.
Okay. Do you know whether it was in this particular case?
I'm sure it was.
Okay. All right. And so obviously, you're heading towards Shaner. What do you do as you're heading towards Shaner?
By me personally running the information on the computer.
You're on the computer.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Trying to just gather information at that point.
As much information as I can about the
Okay.
vehicle.
All right. And do you recall when you start down 9 Mile Road, did you have any lights and sirens activated?
I don't believe so.
Okay. When you are going down 9 Mile Road, were you looking at the speedometer of the vehicle at all?
Never.
Okay. You were focused on the computer and gathering information at that point, were you?
Yeah, and I trusted his driving, so.
Okay. All right. When, after you go down 9 Mile Road, what happens?
Go. Continue till Shaner.
Okay. Continue all the way to Shaner.
Yep.
All right. And what did you do then?
Went southbound on Shaner.
Okay. Are you asking me or do you know?
Yeah, I mean, we were looking for the car in the area of
Okay.
Shaner 9 Mile.
Okay, right. And so when you got to Shaner, where did you go?
If I recall correctly, we started going southbound. At one point, went back northbound for a second, and then turned back southbound and continued southbound.
All right. And so did you do several U-turns then?
I believe 2, I guess that would make it 2.
Okay. And do you know why did you do those U-turns?
We're probably discussing exactly where the vehicle might be.
All right. So I don't want you to guess, okay, and say,
Well, I'm not gonna
you say
recall it.
probably, okay. I want you to, if you can instruct the witness to only testify to what he actually knows, Your Honor.
If you can't answer the question, let the prosecutor know.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. So, do you recall what the discussion was between you and Officer Burke as you're doing these U-turns?
No.
No. Okay. And prior to, okay, so you get to Shaner. Eventually, you end up going southbound on Shaner.
Correct.
As you go, and that was from 9 Mile Road, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Where is Groesbeck and Shaner in relationship to 9 Mile and Shaner?
Groesbeck and Shaner is north of 9 and Shaner.
Okay. All right. And where is 10 Mile and Shaner in relation for the record?
North of Groesbeck.
North of Groesbeck. Okay. And so as you are going southbound on Shaner, what are you doing?
Either in the computer or I believe at that time I was observed the taillights of the vehicle.
Okay. You observed the taillights of a vehicle?
Of the vehicle, of the Jeep.
Oh, okay. And where were you at exactly when you observed that?
Just north of Topher.
Okay. So you're going southbound Shaner, and you're just north of Topher, and it's your testimony that you saw taillights of a vehicle.
Correct.
And how far away were these taillights?
Couldn't say for sure.
Ballpark it.
Maybe a half a mile.
From a half a mile away. Okay. And at that point in time, at about just before 5 a.m., what was the lighting like at that time?
Dim lidded.
Dim lidded?
Yeah.
Okay.
A little bit of the sun starts coming up a little bit.
And were the street lights still on though?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall this vehicle that you saw taillights for, were there any vehicles in between you? Well, what direction was that vehicle going?
Southbound.
Southbound. Okay. And were there any vehicles between you and that vehicle you saw the taillights for?
I don't recall.
You don't recall?
I don't think so, because I saw the taillights, so
Okay.
I would say no.
All right. When so after that, did you continue down southbound Shaner?
Correct.
All right. And did you pass Topher going southbound Shaner?
Yes.
Okay. Can you recall that?
Yes.
All right. Once you get southbound of south of Topher, tell us what happened.
I don't remember much after that.
Okay. And was that because that was when the crash occurred shortly after you passed Topher?
Correct.
All right. So you only know what you've been told at this point about that?
Afterwards, yes.
Okay. All right. And what's the next thing you remember?
I woke up for a second, told one of my coworkers that I think my leg was broken. And then I asked him to take my vest off so it wouldn't get cut off by EMS. And then I woke up in the hospital.
Okay. All right. When you woke up in the hospital, can you tell us how long were you in the hospital for, sir?
15 days.
Okay. Can you describe for the jury what your injuries consisted of?
Sure. I broke my ankle. I broke my femur. I broke my femoral neck, which is connected to the femur, kind of goes into the hip. 10 ribs, my right arm. Tore my PCL slightly in my right leg. Had a torn ligament in my left hand. Broke my humerus. And I have a little bit of nerve damage in my hand.
Okay.
My right hand.
Okay. How are you doing today?
I feel wonderful.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm very glad to hear that. When these injuries occurred, were you out of work for a period of time?
Yes.
Okay. How long were you out of work for?
Was out of work for a year. Came back for about 2 days. Then I had to get surgery on my ankle again. So and then off for another 6 months. So about a year and a half.
Right. Okay. And that was, just so the record is clear, that was your right ankle and right femur?
Left ankle.
Left ankle. I'm sorry, left ankle.
Left ankle, left femur.
Left femur.
Yeah, everything that's left side besides my arm.
Okay. All right. So it was your right humerus.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Back on that particular date, were you aware of the policy of the Warren Police Department that was placed into the pursuit policy with regards to flock hits?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you initially become aware of that policy?
We have to read it and sign it.
Okay. Do you have a system within the police department that you have to go into in order to review that and sign off that you have reviewed it?
Yes.
Okay. And you did that?
Correct.
Okay. Did you do that at on some date prior to the crash?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. back on that date, your particular patrol vehicle, was it equipped with emergency lights and sirens?
Yes.
Okay. It was a fully marked police vehicle, if you will, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And all of those emergency lights, sirens, and everything were working and functioning properly to the best of your knowledge, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in fact, before your shift, did you do anything to inspect those and make sure they work?
Yes.
Okay. Do you do that before every shift before you leave the station
Yes.
on patrol? Okay. When one second. That particular vehicle, is it also equipped with an in-car police dash camera?
Yes.
All right. And does that camera film basically what's in front of the camera out of the windshield of the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. There's also, I think, a camera for the rear seat of the vehicle. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And to your knowledge, was that working properly at the time?
Yes.
Okay. Have you had a chance to review that video?
I mean, I've seen it on TV and
You've seen it on TV.
I
Okay.
reviewed it once, yeah.
All right. Okay. Also at that time, were you and Officer Burke equipped with body-worn cameras?
Yes.
Okay. And that's department policy to wear those?
Correct.
Okay. On that date, were you then wearing your body camera?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall, was before you went on your shift and before this incident occurred, were you aware that Officer Burke was wearing his body-worn camera?
Yes.
All right. Okay. One second. I'm going to show you Officer Rodolfo, at any point in time, have you reviewed any other video besides any what you've seen on TV in terms of, dash cam video, things of that nature?
No.
Have you reviewed any other video from any businesses in the area?
No.
No. Okay. All right. I'm going to show you People's Exhibit number 2. Just been admitted already. Okay. I brought up on the screen just and paused it briefly. People's Exhibit number 2. Do you recognize this, sir? This area?
It looks like the gas station on Shaner.
Okay. All right. And do you know what that intersection would be?
I believe that's Topher.
Topher? Okay. All right. And I'm gonna play it. for a second at 4:44:28 on the timestamp at the top of the video. Okay. Is that your vehicle with Officer Burke?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And can you tell us the road that you're on at this point?
That would be Shaner.
That would be Shaner, southbound?
Correct.
Okay. And do you recall how far past Topher is it that the crash occurred?
3 streets south, maybe.
I want to ask you, do you recall driving by that Marathon station on that particular day?
No.
No. But that is the area you've testified that you say you saw taillights, correct?
Correct.
Go back to the beginning of the video. Okay, I'm playing it. I want to pause it here just for a second. Okay, are you able to see that video on the screen, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Can you see that vehicle in the color of that vehicle in the video?
Looks silver.
Okay. Okay. Do you see this vehicle, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us can you tell what color that vehicle is?
It's dark colored.
Dark colored. Okay. Was that an SUV?
It's hard to tell if you want to go back.
Play it again.
Heard you talking what?
It's hard to tell if you could go back.
Sure. We'll play it again.
Sedan, possibly.
All right. Thank you. Officer Rodolfo, what is the speed limit on Shaner from Topher to Prospect? Do you know?
I believe 35.
All right. Thank you. I'm sorry.
You all set? Okay. Pause.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of Officer Burke and Officer Rodolfo's in-car camera.
All right, is it marked?
I'm sorry. I thought I did. But I guess I didn't actually do that. I'm sorry. No. We stipulated to it, so I just kind of
So what number?
Judge.
What number was it?
Right. I had them marked as People's Exhibit 13, and 13 is the in-car video, Your Honor, and People's Exhibit 14 was the body-worn camera.
And 14 was the what part?
The body-worn, Officer Burke's body-worn camera.
Okay,
Correct.
you're admitted.
Thank you.
Officer Burke's body worn camera or Officer Rodolfo's?
Burks.
Did you move to admit Officer Rodolfo's?
No, I did not. But by stipulation, I have no objection to that.
Okay, so we need a third.
But, yeah. And I can, just for simplicity's sake, if you want to keep it in order, I could do that.
What we were trying to do, Judge, is if the people are going to exhibit, keep it on their exhibit list so that way we're
I
not
don't have a problem with that.
mismatching.
Yeah, that's
Yes,
fine.
I don't have an issue with it. So we have 13 is the in-car video, 14 is Officer Burke's body cam.
Correct. And 15 will be Rodolfo's then.
Okay, body cam, correct?
Correct.
Okay, they are admitted.
And then we would further move to admit what would be Defense Exhibit A, which has been provided to the prosecution, which is a video that shows locations at the time of the flock hit and times and speeds. That I don't believe there's any objection to that being admitted after discussions with the prosecution.
Have you seen it?
Okay, just a moment, Judge.
Sure.
So we would move to admit Defense Exhibit A.
Is there an objection to that?
1 second, Judge.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to ask if we can kind of sidebar maybe.
Okay. Day around 6:15. We're going to find a good breaking point.
All rise for the jury.
So you will come back one more time. Be seated. Take on the record People versus Burke, 2025-2242 FH. Bring in the jury. Are we all set with that? Or?
Yes, sir.
All rise for the jury.
May be seated. With regard to defense exhibit A, Mr. Newman.
Yes, no objection, Your Honor.
Okay, it's admitted. You can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And again, we're just going for a short while longer. You're still under oath, officer, and we know when there's a good breaking point in the next half hour.
Yeah, very well, Your Honor. Thank you. Good afternoon, good evening, officer.
Good afternoon.
So let's talk about the briefing that you had prior or at the start of your shift on the 29th at 8 p.m. at headquarters. Do you recall what the focus of the briefing was?
About a B&E crew.
And has that been a crew that has been suspected of a lot of crimes in Warren and specifically in your district?
Yes.
And that's the David area?
Correct.
Is that the highest crime area in the city?
Yes.
Was that your standard beat?
Yes.
All right, and for how long was the David area your primary area of patrol?
Around 2 years.
Okay, so you know it very well?
Yes.
And I think you testified that Officer Burke was your partner for that same length of time?
Correct.
Safe to say that he would be as familiar with the area as you are?
Yes.
Do you have a choice of partner?
Yes, we choose.
And did you choose Officer Burke?
Yes.
Who typically drives when you're in a two-man patrol?
You can pick who drives.
And what was the standard practice with you and Officer Burke?
I guess we both chose him to drive.
Okay, why did you choose him to drive?
He's a better driver than I am.
Have you ever had any concerns in the 2 years with Officer Burke's driving?
Never. He's one of the best, if not the best, on our shift.
Is that something that's discussed at the department?
On our shift, we talk about it.
Have you had occasion, obviously, you know the incident that we're here in court for. Have you had occasion in your time as a police officer, I believe 9 years total,
Correct.
to significantly exceed the speed limit?
Yes, sir.
Have you been with other officers, or have you witnessed other officers that would exceed the speed limit under certain circumstances?
Yes, sir.
Significantly exceed the speed limit?
Yes, sir. Myself included.
Driving 80 miles an hour?
Absolutely.
90?
Yes.
Over 100 miles an hour?
Typically, I try to stay under.
Typically try to stay under it. Okay. And you've had significant training in terms of driving safely?
Yes, sir.
The vehicle that you had, this Ford Explorer, do you know what pursuit rated means?
It's usually, I believe it has better suspension, better engine, Ford Pursuits.
Better than a showroom Ford Explorer that would be sold to citizens?
Correct.
Okay. And was this police vehicle so equipped?
Yes.
Do you recall where you were when you received your first flock hit?
I believe we were turning on a 9 mile from Van Dyke. So,
Okay. And you're familiar, like if you turn and look at the display here, it's a little larger than the one at the witness stand.
Yes.
Which one would you be more comfortable looking at in order to educate the jury on streets that are shown on this map that does not have if it has the street names, it's too small to read?
No, it doesn't.
Are you familiar with at least the main arteries on this image?
Yeah.
Yes.
Have you had a chance to review Defense Exhibit A, which is what's displayed right now?
Have I reviewed this?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. What I'd like you to do, with the court's permission, I would publish and play. What I would like to do. May I first witness?
Go ahead, yes.
So as this plays, it starts at 4:56, which I believe has been the testimony as the first flock hit. Okay.
Okay.
There's going to be a video window on this exhibit that shows the in-car camera. Okay. This is a 2-minute video. I'm going to play it a couple of times. For the first run, what I would ask you to do, officer, is to narrate, because there's no sound. You'll see an image for where your vehicle was. It's also going to show your speed,
Okay.
and it's going to show it in a blue.
I'm sorry, I have to object
Okay, go ahead.
because it's not proper to just allow the witness to narrate.
Okay. Why don't you show it and then ask them questions, as opposed to tell them what it's going to be?
I didn't give any detail. I just said what I wanted him to focus on during the playing of it.
Well, I don't know if it requires that or not. So why don't you start it, and then you can go back if it's confusing.
So, officer, what I'd like you to do as we hit play is to just focus on everything that appears in the video except the actual in-car video, because we're going to play that later, and I just want to focus on the movement, okay?
Okay.
So we play. That's the conclusion of the first playing. I'll play it again, and once your vehicle icon appears, I'd like you to just tell the jury where that is.
Okay.
So you can pause it there.
That would be a 9 mile, just east of Van Dyke.
9 Mile just east of,
Van Dyke,
and as you start moving, what direction are you heading?
eastbound,
On 9 Mile?
correct.
You need to play. We're going the speed limit here. Is that correct?
Correct.
And stop it there. You've increased, or Officer Burke has increased speed. Are you, without looking at the speedometer, are you conscious of the increase in speed?
Yeah,
Do you know what would have prompted that?
the flock hit.
Okay. Good play. Stop it there. Is that typical in terms of traffic volume at about 5 o'clock in the morning?
Almost no cars? Yes.
Okay. What's the large intersection that you're approaching now?
We just went through Hoover.
Through what?
We just went through Hoover.
Okay. Good play. Pause it there. Did you notice there were maybe 2 or 3 cars that had passed by? Is it?
Judge, if I could just ask him to answer verbally.
Yes, sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
I apologize. As the vehicles approached, it looks like your vehicle moved right, either into the right lane or over the center line. Is that trained, or do you know why that would have been done?
Usually, in case something were to happen to the vehicle, like if a tire pops or something, you have more area to take control of the car.
Okay. Right, you hit play. Pause it here. So it looks like there's a decrease in speed that's occurring right now. And what intersection are we approaching with this traffic light?
Grossbeck.
Grossbeck?
Correct.
And that kind of runs diagonal?
Yes.
9 Mile runs east to west.
Correct.
All right, hit play. Pause there. It looks like you got to about 9 miles an hour as you went through that intersection.
Yes.
Okay, good play. Okay, so pause it there. You made a turn, or at least Officer Burke made a turn, your vehicle made a turn. What road are you on and what direction are you heading?
This is south on Shaner.
South on Shaner from 9 Mile?
Correct.
Play, please. this change in direction?
Discussion of whether the car may or may not have passed 9 Mile.
Meaning already passed through the intersection that you turned?
Correct.
Okay. And, but not, I mean, you might not remember exactly what you said, but that was what was discussed?
Correct.
Okay, good plan. And now, pause it here. Now, what direction are we going, and what intersection is that you're approaching?
This is northbound on Shaner, approaching 9 Mile.
Good play. Pause it here. Same question regarding, it looks like you're doing a second U-turn.
Correct.
What was the purpose of that?
Same discussion.
Now you believe you were going in the right direction the first time?
Correct.
Pause it here. Officer, at what point you testified to the prosecutor that a vehicle that you believed to be the target Jeep?
Correct.
What was that based on?
Taillights.
From what distance?
Approximately half mile.
All right, and that's a I think the prosecutor used the term ballpark. That's a ballpark figure, correct?
Correct.
How's your eyesight?
2010.
So what's that? 20 feet appears to you to be 10 feet.
What people see at 10 feet, I can see at 20.
Okay. You said the same
Better,
thing.
yes.
Okay. Did you base your identification of Jeep taillights from the shape of the vehicle or the lights themselves?
The lights themselves.
Okay. Now, is that discussed with Officer Burke?
Yes.
Because we see a significant increase in speed.
Yes.
Okay, hit play. All right, now what I'd like to do, that's the conclusion of the second plane of Defense Exhibit A. I would like to publish and play People's Exhibit. The in-car video, and you did testify that you've reviewed this?
Yes.
Again, there's no sound, so before I play this, in Defense Exhibit A, the video appeared a little jerky because it was an image from every second. And obviously, in a true video, there's probably hundreds of frames per second.
Correct.
Okay, so this is the same video without those interruptions. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And so you're on 9 Mile heading east, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Have you received the flock kit yet?
I believe if I recall correctly, I received it and I was checking and letting Officer Burke know.
Okay, and if we could pause it right here. Looks like it is paused. The information that's contained here, do you know what, so that's your name?
Correct.
Do you know that person?
I don't think that is a person that works with us.
Okay, any reason to know why that's there? But you've reviewed this? This is your in-car video from that night?
Yes.
This is the video from the vehicle you were in?
Yes.
What is this, what's this information over here?
The speed of the vehicle through the GPS.
And there's a date timestamp on the top right.
Correct.
And for the record, the miles per hour is shown in the top left of the video.
Yes.
Oh.
Sorry.
Pause it here. Which intersection is this?
Grossbeck.
And 9 Mile.
Correct.
And you're still heading east.
Correct.
Play. Oh, and just pause it. You don't need to bring it back. But as you go through the intersection, when you have a 2-man patrol, is there communication between you and the driver in terms of, as you go through what's obviously a red light, to communication where one of you is looking in a certain direction to see if it's safe and another is looking in a different direction?
Yes.
So describe that process for the jury.
Driver would usually look left, passenger looks right. They clear, obviously, check to make sure no vehicles are coming from the left. I check to make sure no vehicles are coming from the right. And then we clear the intersection, that way we can follow through.
And that's what happened then?
Yes.
Okay, continue. You're turning right on what street?
Shaner. Southbound.
Southbound. Pause it there. So is the speed 0, basically stopped, correct?
Correct.
And we do have some traffic.
Yes.
Continue. So made a U-turn, we're heading, is this north now?
Northbound through 9 Mile on Shaner.
And you can pause it there again. Is the decision to turn around because you don't see the target vehicle? And that makes you change your mind about where it might be in relation to you?
Correct.
Okay, continue. Were you aware of this as it was occurring?
Not really, no.
Do you have memory of it right now?
No.
Did you, at any point, not from the video, but from your own memory, did you remember seeing this Dodge Durango?
I saw white.
You saw white?
That was it, yes.
Okay. All right, we can stop that there. One moment. May we approach?
I did receive a letter from a juror indicating that the time for this trial is too much. Unfortunately, I did explain twice the time frame needed for this trial. I know this is an inconvenience for everybody. I fully understand it. We can't just give up and stop. I can't do that. We have to keep going. And I need all my jurors. So I apologize for that. I indicated if there was someone was in a hospital, that's something I can consider, but I let one juror go because this is too much of an inconvenience. Everybody's got to go. And we cannot redo this because obviously everybody in this room is super important too. So I need all of you back. And I know it's an inconvenience. And I respect that. This is part of our system of self-government, as I indicated before. If I have a dispute, if you have a dispute, if anybody here has a dispute that they cannot resolve on their own, that's what our jury's for. And that's the sacrifice we make to live in this country. So I apologize, but I need you. So with that, we're going to come back at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you.
All rise for the jury.